You see, in this country, I must be honest with you, we spend so much time paying people to talk. We don't pay people to think. If we pay them at all, we don't pay them well. This is what is the problem of this country. All the mature democracies and industrialized countries you've seen, they have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society. They want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to Interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nations training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Small yeah, Monche you. Yeah, politicians yeah, they are no yet there. Honestly, and to see what Ghana in a man signing in a new Biana Debo. A near here, any politicians. Asempa Kwabena will take Remasono and Chensikai. I want to tell you, do your politics well. Don't let politicians deceive you. Muhu ya siya wano wani ya jie chinjia ya kunta go. Ye via ya frustra ko numti namu ni yewe. Mumu ana moto. Me catch them on Okwari. There are people here. And Omuhumia, Omusi Omutiase. Osafumafu or Himpa, and MPP. Ninyokuma Ajemafu or NDC. Shelia Ite or NDC, no a minister. Ninya Penny Professor Ite or MPP. NDC lawyer Larry Ajeti or NDC. Ne Papa Waka Baby Peter Lajeti or MPP. Samuel Jinapo or Himpa or MPP. Ninya Penny John Jinapo or NDC. Me and me Jinahai. Me or MPP. Me Ninya Penny Kamara or NDC. Ye fear Dako. No number Dako. Me Martina me Jina me catch them on me who opposition down. Me party the our co-opposition. But me Kasakasa me co-opposition. Look, 1 minute you want. Look, me who opposition da. Me party MPP are co-opposition. But me dey me ko opposition. Me ko NDC wo power me didi. Kamara me ko no ma me score be ma me. And then me wo part me wo power. Bibi hia na obe frɛ me. Ye kasa da na ma ho opposition no. Enti mondwin my party and my
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Radio program of the year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? The radio program of the year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Let's now do the 27th award for the 9th radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athel Morney, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for imaging the radio program of the year 2020.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon, Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. There we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's do the radio program of the year 2023. The sponsor of this award is the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA. What radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023? Ekosiisen Asempa FM. And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit.
And an honor. Now, I will be so part of the reception of this particular platform. And we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end?
Inya Gary Nimakwe Omrenim for Mana Kwaba na Yamana. Lawyer Gary Nimako afternoon upon to say
Boku, Omanhene, the same.
Onyamiadom, Bibia Ayakama. Well,
I must be honest with you. Sometime you want to be on saying it's the course of line.
Thank you so much. But what's your position on Sir and Shane that a Christian
3 billion I will be asking? And my proud also, 2 car was I now, or say bedroom baby. Emmanuel Becase, that never worry. Into a drug you would have a easily will never have you.
It's a name. Me and me elder our apostolic empowerment ministry no. Bibia ni ho a kire se esimi kwan se me ama ware. Metima to aso ware bibia ka ho.
Wada Roma, the theater say you need a mifofro bia what kind Matthew chapter 5 verse 17 now. Or say my mama say no, name me papa say ne ma. Eti yeah Abraham nana. Abraham wo ware dodo say. O ware Sarah. Ano Saba be fa Hagar. Ana na yire ka che ni so wonya no ogya no. Ba na yire Sarah eto ho no. O sa ko be fa wo ba bi ni e friend Katura. One no wo 7. Ba da bia no obi e ka ya na e ka Ishmael ni Isaac. Ene ye ka. But wo emma 7 bi esa e de ka ho. Eti Abraham wo 9.
Eh. Na de o kikan die. De o kikan na ujiri se awai dodo ayo si akwan e wa Kristo form ujiri se heaven wo hona na.
Mr. So ya dear say untimi show man de untimi hwe oba no ne nkwara de ya bone don go but so betimi ahwe oba no ne nkwara ne de ya me hu ayayi because in my man for bebre o ha o ma ware ba ko but o mo plan for no doso what you say think o mo plan for no kwa no me da ne aware kra say no de ayira wonu me say we dey register empie nko ba bia. What you say? Enti no, o mai ubetime nya ware baako. What you say no bi so betime ware mienu, but no woni mpla. But obi betime ware baako, ba empla wo kura no. Etoso.
Enti ebe ya yen hwa asem enti e ho asese. Ebe ya si ebe yi ani mofie. Dan se etete kwantimfi na ema no so ntimi hu omani so yi.
O mai medwen se sa no ba bia na epe. Enti enu nti na sa wo hwe mo semra no a wo se so what do we ka obia ya yipa yen show na ware no
na chese de nkramfo ye no munyim de omo ye.
Oh yeah, of course let's say Jacob ware 9 4
ntie ne unya kwanya o de se ne beka ho
me de ho no
o de ho na
o man gba so
na me de minkotwa me de na me kofa foforo nka ho.
Omai me no ire bakata na operation na wa ko baka ho.
Shaban would to me babu afedi bi die ko. Oh chaba would to me o haju
o my amount for the service o pa o.
Oh Samum me no nya to
ha bin ne bi o so me
and the airplanes no numbers no match and the backgrounds cry you be never catch up. What is even worse, the claim say none tie you too in the organizers no tie to a view where they landed. And you point out to me Obi on cast there
was an issue with the tie on cast
Obi issue with the tie where in your castle when you point out to me party. We tie to a problem. When you point to a problem. And what is the problem with the tie? And you point your name in 2 years. What possibly could be the problem with the tie? And your pointer, you can't land. You can't land. When I'm sure you've witnessed and I've experienced plane landing. But both from being tiny a flatter and until there's a problem with the tire. What was the problem? What was the nature? Either a flat and a two. Either way, we should be discussing death and burning of an aircraft that landed wrongly. And we see tie no chechemu. What was the nature of the problem with the tie? Let's say be two tie. The 5 days in a two tie. Plain tie. And look at eso. And this is a tie. See, me tie, me car tie. Eso say aeroplane tie. And me car jumbo just no. And yen the omodiba.
Airport. Okay, one of the videos, but you are saying, you are saying, sir, you too tired.
5 days.
5 days. But he made the point, sir. Another flight had to bring in the people and the
spare parts of them are being replaced.
That even makes it worse. Thai Baku, we are importing mechanics. No, I don't know how much. Eric, when you bring Thai Baku now.
No, Eric, where is serious issue?
No.
Allow him to deal with it.
I did not feel it.
In the article, say a unheard of say.
To change tie, aeroplane tie.
Yes.
I say crown squad, another crew.
Yes.
Every anonym embra just to change one tie. Aeroplane ties and also. It's no more than 4 ties. Let's say you grab 5 engineers to come and change 4 ties. Let's just say tie where they play where they play. Then a second in Yabutre, just
more time change the answer.
Now it's getting that strategy and strategy. Let him talk.
I need full protection. Now it's got to fiscal. You know, it's getting fiscal.
In the interest of our listeners and the respect we have for them.
Absolutely. Now, apart from Enono, you say, into Adessin say, Ghana ha, civil aviation, money ties, spare ties or motor. When you say, and playing with Kwan Bagano.
Yes.
Because of that, civil aviation, they made provisions for some of these things. When you board an aircraft near Bidra, when you disembark, they do regular maintenance, any checks, and sign a copy. Until they find out that there is a problem with one of the ties, usually they would change it. Where do you think they get the spare ties from? Now, Yamvan Kra say, a bit new Hokomu does at jet ties in new hobby. Now, Aji the Biba. Do you need a crew of 5 to come and fix it? That's one. The other issue is say, we are told say it was on transit. It made stops in other countries and made a stop here.
Yeah, to refuel. And then the later realized there was an issue with the tie.
When it was fixed, where did it go? Where did it proceed to?
I don't know.
Where was it supposed to head to?
I don't know.
Airport company, Assembly, Bemuna, I don't know. Civil aviation, Ejuani, I don't know. You should be able to tell us
where it was going,
where it was supposed to head. Because you don't allow people to see that.
The domain of the civil aviation.
No, but the airport company can say the destination was supposed to be this, but this was a transit point. In the civil aviation airport, they should be telling us that the plane was bound somewhere else. The plane had to stop because of to refuel and so on and so forth. But see, I will not tell everyone it's gone back. Just say you are no mukayano. I don't know or Munya Biana Aircono. I don't know Munya Germany view. No, I'm saying what we were told. Well, and proceed.
And I'm proceed.
Reverend Team Fojo.
Yes, my main cast of and I do not have a tassy. Oh, can Reverend Obacas a room and software. We know room and software. Software team. Or coffee and some baby debate for you, Kruma, because of a sort of tarnishing the good image of the government. You know what I expected? Me, Eric AJ, I expected Ghana Airport companies and convey issue statement. I was asking no, or issue statement.
No,
I don't know my issue.
Neither has any of the other agencies.
No, but I don't know why. Yes, so why? So why? They are the authorities. I don't know my issue statement. And I communicated and I done a problem. Am I any file defense?
My defense is
what's the mechanism? So many article. Many 100%.
Yes.
Because me nam Sabobano, chief executive we Wankobi.
Sir.
Me nam Chipon in no ni was at no campaign man anado. But today she's there. Inti enieme tarnish the good image of President Mahamano. Said the Henry Kaji ni no hano. I don't know why issue statement. Suffering team in Toronto betrayal. I don't know why issue statement about it. And I know what
makes it in trouble.
Nebo, there be a sentence na mibusa kusano. Why issue statement ne no krana. And I know I hear the bidding for the party MPP because Yenimugu as MPP in Yasonfaso. Was that what she was doing then?
But between the two entities, GSCL and Ghana Airport, I think GSCL is more. Yes. Yeah, way to rather issue the statement.
Yes. So what is really happening there? And that's already Quensima. Ese passengers or Mufi Kumase, just a flight and Casru, a Timisi form. You see, and so much me for Bassa, a dear moba arrive at home. You drew out Kwabena, so no wonder, but Kino and Farm Makura, wanda. No. Ghana Airport Company issue statements. So what they part. How many normal
passengers no?
It is a passengers, no, yes, you will be rare. Into or Russia Baba Fanny Yakwa Supitia. And at time now, close now, dampemuno. Ya, pay a child no quena 7 years and Daniata, a chop another mine. And you think, say, ye nipa and the head of the institution, and Kayamunt me calling it to order. I didn't want a mamma or two. Me make a why? Why is she embarrassing the government?
Oh, how?
Now, embarrassment too. A whole Kotoka International Airport. And you think, Obi, and you think it's easy? She's embarrassing the government. And you know, Bina Mebaya. Topics out there sending me. You know, what's some cranny, Kanameboa. Why am I here to defend it? Am I the chief executive officer of Ghana Airport Company? Madam.
No, but when you as
part of when within the same time, no, the same security agency within the period they needed some MPs are writing to the speaker, and we have seen the response. They are now going to write to the speaker, and it was at the same time I also say they are not interested in any investigations, but they only want to make an example of me. I have taken judicial notice of that statement.
Yeah, see, because because your actions no border on criminality. Publication of false news. I am going to sue Kwati Ofosu. I'm going to sue him. No, because this threat, clear. He said that they are not interested in investigations. They only want to make an example. So it is a willful attempt to persecute, a willful attempt to cause harm, a willful attempt. No, but those are your inferences.
These are enough evidence. And it's coming from him.
Ongoing, is to make an example of you.
Please don't. Obi, don't do that.
It borders on criminality.
Obi, don't do that.
Publication of false news.
Obi, don't do that. Obi Sano.
Yes.
Sir, President to say.
Sure.
He takes the matter seriously.
Sure.
Also, Debbie, President in the kind, but me say, comical. And I'm just and you know, Kasama President say, I have his authority. And you know, one person says he takes the investigation seriously. On another breath, they say he doesn't take it seriously. And now, besides saying investigation, they are not interested. It's not necessary. But they will only make an example.
They will do it to make an example out of you.
No, so they did one investigation. It says that they will just want to make an example of him. It is on that you can play his words. No, please, Obi. We have to him.
What he said.
He played it.
And let me tell you. They are all kind not just investigations.
Let me tell you.
And also they will do it to make an example.
I'm saying it on your show.
Yes.
Or say President Mahama and a Tanachi. And he has said, you can be your command.
Yes.
And to say President Mahama say they are going to make an example of me.
Yes.
I am ready. They should come and make every example they want to make. They have made the intention clear. Intolerant, highly intolerant. I've never seen any government that's intolerant. Sir, my picking intel, same intel, I'm going to cocaine. My picking intel, same intel, I'm going to MDC. Next week, I will the kind of big names NDC I'm never born. That is why they want to gag me.
Next week,
say bunu kakra. And then me were but next week, my book Bankasa. It is one person by bomb ascendium. No more bomb ascendium, Kura, a jelly me 100 years, Kurana, Massa. We will expose them.
You're engaging in an emotional blackmail.
No, Nipano catch yourself. Or no, or the president to say.
Yes.
The Oliver to Jankrayana Kumem. He is not interested in investigation. And that he is only interested in making an example of me. Let them come and make me a hero. I am ready. Let them come and persecute me. Obi, say me
Me pen me the first politician or president. I'm Obi Ababeku and I'm Obi Aba persecute.
What
please
done?
If they were interested, no. The president
they would investigate.
What is the criminality?
And prosecute you if possible.
What is the criminality?
Almost say a publication of false news.
What is the false news?
Intended to create fear and panic.
What is the false news?
So I said you working in the intro.
No. Which one is the false news? Did you read my press statement?
Yes, I was repeating some.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Inya Gary Nimakwe Omrenim for Mana Kwaba na Yamanaha. Lawyer Gary Nimako afternoon upon to say
Boku Omanhene the same.
Onyamiadom Bibia Ayakama. Well, Medasi. I must be honest with you. Medasi pa. Medasi pa. Sometime you want to be on chain the course of line. Medasi pilot. Thank you so much. Medasi P.
Why outdated? I say for Adiachisun. Transforming Ghana, changing lives and transforming Ghana.
Changing lives
and transforming Ghana. Yeah, advancing. Omanhene Asante. Ye koye nim papa bi omanpanyi kwa
Omanhene Kwabena Asante. What I say, carry I want.
Yes. Omanhene Asante.
Omanhene Asante. Omanhene Asante. What I say, carry I want.
The 14th day of April 2025, the Trade and Ponakopana Saudi and so Ache, Metrema Mamini Kuma Philip Sabonsu. And if we say break up him say, Nonsia Ebo Edia Pai Monobribia Dadia Mekayon say a collective responsibility. So a Ghana in Kwadia or Ghana interest as heart in Kwadia. See a Juno minor home. Ne Kwanso said ye Sefata Ewo Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Away, baby, Abutuni, baby, Ashebiano, it's a privilege. Say, Wama Misa Quanyano, say, Yemra, Ufie, or office, or shops, and now for taxi moon out here, now say, Otia, ye, Bass, moi, baby, Ashebia, Jumabia, Ubiano. Yeah, so grateful, say, Wajibre, say, Ubeti, na also a timid Wajintre, a timid Abraham. Mama Kai dear Bako, very, very important. Jumadewe and Sunday betimi akon kaino. May Kai say in Mekobia Siaso Quanson Coso. And you Mekobia say, Ewo Quanson Cosacra. Ye war a year 2074 Royal Kingdom Estate and Provident Insurance Association, Africa Queen Mackerel. Ecobank Ghana Anafe a year. Blue Star Lotonso, one of the Quanson Coso. Yam Manen so her Syntex tank, power jet batteries, Anafi, Translite Solar so Ekayahum. Namasaka say Franco Trading Enterprise, Anna Millennium Insurance, and so as Quanson Coso, Nana Cracker no Sunum, Tabia Hair Balance, Ekraimu, Den. Is heavily produced under the directions of Dominic Isieboa. One of our finest in terms of production, ably assisted by Dr. Chumlaya Jackson, Ben Gazi, Afekia Boachua Yadom Susha Honum, Abena Pukia Ahwene, and so Etaya Chokwanson Kuso. And then the main man himself, Lawyer Philip Sabonsu, Ekayaho, Baby Obi and Machiao, and a year away. Macau, the 14th day of April 2025, Yasheju Medina says a lot is happening. And you only part of the one so and so Mudi or Maoda. In fact, key amongst them, AAA Akwesiampo Fueje, the legend, late, Neba, Yansha privilege, and any Juma, our multimedia, Ejme Kuma, and say, Mamponi this year, na say, Ampo Fueje, and ne Odina Woda, happy birthday, na say, Ampo Fueje, wa onim ni biano suno, make sure, say, you wish him well.
wish him a happy birthday. Na share no kwanso nkusukra. But here some yede bro yene minerals commission for so nkomobidi and sem bebre so sisia esese atwa adwene so matters in relation to enioma ekoso ewo eye Boku ibedi sankomo. Again, if you get into a mining sector and so there are a lot of issues coming up there, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That conversation is, we'll have it here. Plus other matters. Once again, thank you so much. Sir, we are part of this great show, afternoon show. Dominic Isiebua and a day Abraham. Mamencha, a Pentecost Asafwa, one war, Dansuman, PIWC. Mechia, so paying Gabriel, answer if I got it correct. I got see anyway. My Baba join me soon, but my chance of paying Gabriel answer PIWC a Pentecost and Apostle Selassie die. In fact, all our gatekeepers, no chairman area, they be Adamika, Ghana, Ukra, and you might try and wish no Ahomte, Asafim, and Yapapasa, but when you're Muslimi for Christo for traditionalists, their combined efforts, it's always getting us to our next level, Ebo Mino, Ashun in the Bamboo. But we cannot take it for granted. Very, very important, and we should not take it for granted. Inti, oh, your Ghana ni ma pankwan de abribe da de ameka would say, ma o mine ho in here. If we say Ghana mine, wankasa o mine. And then one assuring members of Penya almost jibre. 80 pa Eddie preaching crowd almost assure them. We appreciate them, we thank them so much. ASR I saw a friend of Sam you can say Agbog Bahonum no your chance of paying your chia ayasafu manina enti soft penyo kwasuni no Reverend Steve Mensah, yeah. And I said, yeah, on a soft man, Reverend Stanley, yes, Steve and Stanley, yeah. And as of my soft man, church, we are hopeful that one of the days we have to pay a visit. Sure. Because we acknowledge this platform and our dear presenter, Philip Osebos, and the entire team, that at least this is one unique platform in the afternoon. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Anytime I see you, Mampong comes to mind. Okay. Mamponi this year. And I realized that a Mamponi yes, it was streaming live on social media. Now or Kasafa and you maybe a Akoso. So what was the import? Not there. Okay, Ninafa, Emson Outre Omara Osema, Ebetoja, Marantua be ye, or Yechrewa, Asante Mampon, and he set it out for. Say, Omoswamon Prema, Asante Maye MC, El Mampon. Was that the case? Nay, unfortunate. Say, a cocobanisa. Nura, Nasebre, as part of a question, and a Mampon Traditional Council, Omushim Diomota Ayen, or to a side free partner, a year NDC. And now this Makoye Amanyo 70 the MPP for so eka ho send be akokobono enko say ye tu now wakwa ye ode o chim ya so from so be two to free MPP ni NDC especially the leadership yom that partner no e was sentimentem asentimampon some brand ye nyina ye ni nkomo na ade akoso no entweye na before that na asentimampon hima na ejakuma difie ye otos menu e de kan hia part ni pen fa boma mane se eye enedey aye le so awia prem to bre omunyo omye nsamtwefo nhyiamu no mu ensem na mrante de kan mu sanfa ne nyina amene on twe sansem fan free abonten so isa so man ya wra wo ye se obeje de se sada na mrante wa no eye saade no na interior minister e wa Asante Mampong interior minister yes ona Muhammad Mubarak Muntaka ya na Ghana Immigration Service office for fly yes no kra wa Asante Mampong wo pa hontoma. That was when they chose to do that. That is it. That day. In fact, the minister no etu kwan free a cement freedom table and no buy. Obedu da sebre e ho no se ebuni die kwan so. Oso be da sebre se bi ebre ko enya afene betra se wedi nkomo bia kone ko adwuma de na okwa akodi no wi a me ba no ne ni nkomo. That day. And emranto no ko yesad.
It is Asempa pa na basa Asante Mampo Immigration Service. Enya office mono ede ba be ye adwuma na de asum adwira atebubu nimpota mo nyina no sa Asempa ni nyina.
So into the specifics here na aye dasebre person ka.
Ye dasebre person ka chiro mo nyina ne se Asante Mampo kro ne wura. Ne mo ye dodo ene awoye enete. In fact, before dasebre ebetena akonya so about 25 years ago. Ni wuzongo hene dasebre beto no. Emsa chena ba mu to ne sare frɛ no ni obetena so sai zongo hene ne ye kasai that's brain ne ntese onni Boku sua etafre it was ya Asante Mampo ne ni esrimfo eni ni Asante Mampo fo ekro ne ye nyina ye de so ye MPP so ye NDC so ye Pentecost so ye Anglican so ye SD ye nyina na Asante Mampo kro de hyensa se ye moa na chishima kro ntimi nyina naso etimi tumpon se betena se ye nhwe hama obidi kasa mu gigimu baby obi fringi yimu obi ni su ne ban yimu abechicha Asante Mampo kro mu de enye ye koba ne saade a ene be chire due bia sibre so man kokudu sam pempen so de a ye be chire adue bia ne sibre na mu ye nyina ebom se kwa ebre nto ba ko ye wugine che won ampa kwa ye de mu do so mu nwia do so pese ofifie ni be huru kwa ebre ntom de mo so due bia o ba bia esi on pese be duru honom. That's bro sebus you toss me na Asante Mampo hene. The second in command of the Asante Kingdom say on pesa Asante Mampo bedu sam pempenso no.
Well, I think that one of these things that they may take out will be that you're careful the kind of politicking we are doing.
Yes.
And nyoma ye keka emfan kabum ene eye impuntu ntimi nyede emma because wadaruma obakase ye no an say na ebia ankobe. Na ade ba ko a bakase bribia da kwasi eya ye hu kakra dia maye ene anamon bia ye tu o man ni mu a bribia da ye di amanyosem for ene chief of staff aka edin komo bia beba san but clearly o man ni impuntu ni pejae no ana meni obitia na ye kasa de ana mpendodo na metaka ne se yanya ntum se ye nyina no ye di ye hu hwambo ebre aso se sa hwamodie no yenhwe manen koso because emwa makan koni puntu enye adwuma na yenhye abrabo foforo ase because after 65 years no as fa hodie ekuro no enioma ekoso da ne di no enya de papa wo enioma ekoso kire no enya de papa. One of the biggest challenger a day enim sesi atwetwere ye boy nyina ho asem kan kran akoye kana titu ye nuanama wonwo Boku ni ehun sensema APP ye what the obo adwumam ye wo central adwumam wona ye amanyosem wona free sa bia honom omamu ni nyina aposifo asrafo obia should be interested in ensuring say oman chichire titriu ebra ebinum kura hunu say Boku nsem no free ntiase a enye adwuma akọ okonti biem in court it say ye koso edada ye ho de sa nioma no ye amanyosem fore na eye din se ebetimi enya eye enfaso pa ye pe ede and I sound this caution. I know a lot of people they be there and say we'll come to do those equalization and checks and all those because see the equalization and change never you know the equalization never because in fact the moment
from the one
that continues to be the challenge. And one of the turning points are me what you may be good friend Omanhene Japan. We released statement the office of Boku. Yes, on the Boku, office of the former member of parliament, Omanhene Japan. And reading the statement, I feel that we should begin to think as statesmen and to have Ghana at heart.
Sure.
And to ensure, say, whatever interest I perceive several as Ghanaians, you know, the Ghana percentage should always supersede personal interest.
Yeah.
That continues to be the challenge. The party interest, the friends and family interest, the I'll show you interest, and that kind of interest, no, and yes, sustainable. Again, when politicians are talking, you catch it to one year MPs. They say, "So, Okona Okosresi and Tuabamawa." enya ho na akwache se me ba
be kwan abra nim say MP nya kwan
completely
unim say MP to Boku
completely
unim say MP si school dan
completely
unim say MP so embo dan so
completely
but eno ne ma e de na ma e de bontoa
completely
amam from reso se ba be bu nkonta de free ncha be ka tom say me ye MP me nya kwan
exactly
the time ba ka chem so ba na be me kwan e de ma me no na so wan na e ba be ye.
So what is happening is that they be there issues about dishonesty, issues about any principle, issues about transparency, issues about we benefiting from the corruptible acts and behaviors. No, now let me read out the statement from the office of the former member of parliament. The position on this matter, which I feel say maybe to calm nerves down a bit. I am following with deep concern the recent escalation of tensions in Boku and its surrounding areas. The cycle of violence and reprisals continues to harm innocent lives and disrupt our path to national unity. At this crucial moment, I urge all parties, especially the youth, to choose peace. No matter how deep the grievance, violence is never the answer. Our future depends on peaceful coexistence. I commend President Mahama for committing to the 2-4-82, the second-led mediation process, originally set up by President Akufo-Addo. This is true statesmanship, putting Ghana above partisanship. Let us support this effort wholeheartedly. When Boku is at peace, Ghana is stronger. We must move forward together. And this is coming from the office of the former member of parliament.
For Asen
Central. And then no crown Mekika say Mekika other matters be or new patriotic parties actually. And I understand that or he has a talk at Cambridge on the 9th to 10th of May and Oxford on 24th to 25th. But that aspect of politics maybe MPP. But this is a message from
fantastic, and this is a pure sound mind message from Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan. This is how I believe say we should be charting the path if indeed as mine ye pesa asumdwe eba Boku hwena. It shouldn't be about me MPP ninti and NDC na power yenka jangum nenyo jambum enfantwa aban no se na ban ho ba hyehye no. It shouldn't be say me NDC ninti no baby o say de to ma me mfant ma me ka de betimi afavor me party ne nko a. This is a talker a betimi aboa ame nyina come together me hu say baby ababedu no. We should accept our fault, find a lasting way. We should be forgiven. That is it. Because see yemu bi ntimi francho. We should be forgiven. Because if we are not, and we had a conversation on Bedroom. That was where Stuttgart, a year Brekum West, member of parliament, and Alfred Thompson. Is that correct? Kojo Thompson. And also Ewoso. And the matter hinges on the issue of forgiving ourselves and opening up a fresh chapter. Because Ufa Benkuma, that is it. So if you try to even navigate and make sure say and no nobody is prepared already to forget about those things. So how do we progress? Another funny critical area on the matter of tariff increase, electricity. But the credit say me person it has been influenced by all of us. It has been influenced by all of us. If we start apportioning blame, which we can easily do, getting the results for this solution at Bokono, peaceful solution at Bokono, it be a problem. Let's hear Okroman say, "Oni pa mampenyin kurano." Edi to me ni jidi asheni mu and then the real asheni mu say obetime can be former ashumjaba. Look at the number of times our politics and our newspapers and then our media houses. Look at the number of times yama kwai ama yemfa ni diema sebi any politician in this country. Now who to go to? Our go-to person crano a problem in this country. Why? Okofa samjona na say okofa wine. And the space is being enjoyed with impunity and nobody wants to talk about this.
Brana Esla Usuonum.
Yeah.
Minister Mechia Baby.
Communication minister.
Yes, Mechia Baby Obia. One of the key things that they be many Obi transnational mechanisms say Obi. If we don't regulate our
social media space.
Yeah. If we don't regulate it, na yesoso nyoma swa where in this country nyoma ye abnormal and ye normal in our sights. It is pass ye dwene say the kumbo kan no na ya chechire o man na o man that chet me agina pampe no that agene no we've lost it. What we do in this country now is that our solutions to problems are knee-jerk and political solutions. If you do knee-jerk solutions in political solutions and no number one that is your efficiency form. 2 and I'm a poem doing some efficiency form. 3 and I'm a mebru do dona rakose betting. 4 and I'm a man yourself about the most important number 1
and
job.
Creative business in Ghana. That's the only business that you want to become rich overnight.
This is the country that we are building.
Yes.
This is the country that you are building.
People are killing, people are lying, people are murdering, people saying you're being a to be at the forefront.
Completely.
While other countries are building businessmen and women who hold up their country. This is a country no man come to a standstill. Nobody moves, nobody comes in. A country built on people are very successful through politics. How can we survive?
Survival now can want them know. That's why maybe Dominic, once we are talking about businesses, I hear the chief of staff of the country,
Julius Debra.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I feel that sometimes, I had them in a talk shop because a junior or there to say I'm free MPP NDC. Now businesses and businessmen on me Ghana for you're not conscious, you're not deliberate about pushing them, whether old or new. Internet Angie Hill no na about so na say na o man a group of opiana ma Angie Hill be super ene kingdom no na Angie Hill man be super and the new ones so mobem no near mama super by the close of every year, not a term. If we are able to put 5 strong businessmen our Ghana former together 4 years now, we have 20 businesses and businessmen only Ghana former pa some fasodieni nyina no Ghana hanim say but the chief of staff is talking but and so when we are done then we analyze critically Asemna okay no and how best it can be effective na boa going forward as a country no let me aboa me let me konkan oh man yentie our chief of staff when we are back we'll have a conversation around it.
A lot of funds are going to come into the economy because once a business starts, it stimulates the local economy where the company will be the business is started and people get employed, they get money and they pay their taxes, they buy other products from other people, and then our economy is stimulating and growing. And so I think what he intends achieving is that he wants to grow businesses. He wants to be remembered for one thing, that during his tenure, at least, if for nothing at all, he brought up the conversation, invited business people, and asked them to start something. Not just starting, but encouraging banks to give them the necessary support so that we will develop our nation. At least each of the banks that will show up are going to pick 5 projects, 5 bankable projects for this year. And they expect that next year when we return to Kwewu, they will invite those 5 people that they helped or assisted to come and testify. So if this continues for the next 5 years, each bank picking minimum 5 people, 5 enterprises to support, the following year doing the same, I'm sure by the end of his 4-year tenure, we'll have over 600 enterprises.
Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What I say, what I want.
All right, so you better channel 1 TV for us to say or in your video and come away a free one casa video. So we appreciate you so much. And because that's the chief of staff. What kind of passion of the president?
You see, there be a mechanic has some way. I say so. My God, I'm sure I'm building Yanka said, dear. If you are sending Quajaye, I'm building Yanka said, dear. Or man, if you are sending Quajaye. Most of our lucrative businesses here are Ghana, apart from politics. Aqua could be manfra for them. It's the economy na kasano. We don't own our economy. Now look at the center of Accra, the capital of Ghana. How many the center of Accra? Near Kato Sau Kromen in Quadias Asuaka Switch. Nankande o car, baby I am one family. A whole are some to a moment to me again, yet Jacqueline 15 years ago. That becomes our pride. Your hobby where you must or mine say, I could see also mine no ye Ghana ni Ekoswa. Then a yellow de ya was one tias. But mobile from free abroach them no be the corona mine no na ko since boneso. How can we survive on this? Maybe I make us as we. And if the damn share the former president and now the Dan Kwakufado. E wo wura Samalabuji na pofi o damango. Because as small penny, adie ba kwa wire up to now me no nya adwen the closure of Ghanaian banks.
It's been taken over by foreigners.
You see, me say
the mining sector taken over by foreigners.
Penny for wakasa bi kase akoko ba time. Ne 90 aba. Na sunkumu ba. Men ka se me ka ne se na se bi banks ne penny for bi nya boni o.
Sisu bi makoko ba time.
Akoko ba time ne 9 etiaba. But enkumu ba.
Ebetiaba no.
Ebetiaba.
But kundi enkuno.
Eni kwase kuno.
From so no de ebeba.
Penny for ya our we say yes. Akwada be yam from so o se etwe so. Entwe akwada na so ma akwada ne nkowu. No free on sasa wo besu. Omo ye ntwe ye ho konkodu sam pempenso no. No kre banks ne bi ni mo ye na esefata. But the issue say ye wine banks are. Ye Ghana ni a bank. Ye deni and the capre ne simple beka krom hanom. Omanya about 60% of the budget support if from on neighbor. Or should be the first country also they be the say how can we ensure the Ghana ni business a bit me thrive?
That's the first priority. How do we ensure
that a Ghanaian business
ever thrive?
Because about 50 to 60% of budget support is from on neighbor. So we focus near and say, how can I be independent? They be say independent, you're independent or baby our mind. So we independent come the 1 year independent. And now brofna near see a praji and we free and some no and ye jane kotomo. A young crew to new manana camp see a benti a quaji free and some
still slaves.
And the Ghana Nico drop rochain urukukum, Kwabena urukuku 5,000, we am so. To Ghana Bano Kato Sabrache, you met the burning Casas and Nature or Tinicrum. And then the chief of staff Ekano. Celebrations when you bu Ghana Hanum. Dear, how to a government the doing to put up a enabling environment to ensure that business will grow. How well have you grown our own businesses?
Ekwan paben ya faswa yankase adwuma ye no Ghana of what is ya pegem
o chine bi ene dwamama na power NDC ni e chene ma listening NDC business nyina ba gina yie na dwamama ko na MPP aba okay ti dwamama ho am na wodom business we be go down we NDC time no grow ye down we be go down eti fa mama MPP list no MPP so business guys na say ni apedwa mu a na we yesa ba nti Ekosiko eso gina kwantia. Businesses are making billions of dollars. There's no single Ghanaian owned business that is worth about $5 billion. There's no single Ghanaian owned business in Ghana that is worth about $5 billion. How can we survive as a country when China and the rest are building billionaires?
Yeah, we progress in terms of
business. And this no yambu NPP for the baby. Now MPP abani bu NDC for the and today be a business man must take to Manesha. Can we tell ourselves say Ghana you see a crown cocoa about $400 million a year? To be in your business will bet me says can be yes I don't know. Oh my your business, what's your business when we saw more? So when you why you say you sacrifice to the whims and caprices of our political party, especially MPP and this year, you can't survive. So our businessmen are allowed to do short works. Because Kadudu also coach Yadema MPP and DC. That's what me survive with the terrain.
To be quite 6 months.
To be quite 6 months na atete.
But yen chin was
because what sorty minister, what sorty chief director, what sorty presidency. It will you good to go. You knew the businessman a kasese kano o ma anya dwuma papa o kaso din nyina be dwuma papa no nya bi nfa nkofie ya man the contract be say $100 million no o ma emu be say $80 million ne nyina kwa twetwe mu It is a Kanakasa de Kwakoya Equanasi Yisika $100 million at the end. Hey, best $5 million.
Okay, so back to our conversation. This is the chief of staff of Wakasa. What do you think continues to be the challenge? I'm a wing where the normal talk shop at Bribiada Yakan. So Wakasa will say President Mahama Nakoma Swade and it say Uncle be free a year a Benya Sono. Na Anya Shekrano Ghana for Enyuma any Ghana for businesses. Nipa be eduno 20 there. Danka or exit yakono. No obetime case na come so say me and na me share so and asadi we na etimiaba. So clearly that is the area that we are looking at. How do we ensure the chief of staff because normally any the first attempt what does it? Yeah, the yano beko akoka ebe we actually no na akoye the opposite or it will not be implemented well. Fantastic idea. How do we get it implemented?
Mr. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Yema no credie eni afa. Yema no credie. O man so man na udika ekano. Boniface eyedin. Si ebetim de yebone a cheche ho no eyedin. Eti ene endis ni bit bia na adwnyina ne se MPP ba ye no mo ya ade bia eti amenkrofo. Eti chinchina we need to make sure say this MPP ni business should go down. This a country unemployment is skyrocketing. Say ya more businessman it be anya so ma ba ko say Mr. His Excellency and the Chief of Staff. Yenim ya my woman. Businesses are ye. They are already in the system. Make some young baby being ho. And Pelisi ebishe wonu mu na to bia ebin. Ni order dano ye establish you.
The order
dano. Ye establish you. Nema sankofo no enya ntabai enyina nanso ye sebe ya emfa ne asoche a ebebo ena no twere kan se ensuo ne kodo bebo afa bia e wo poi so sebo fo benkum ebo fa nifa they should be able to stand the weather whether MPP NDC we should build them. Me my dream konko say e NDC aban na bent no enkofa ya bedu mu nyina ye NDC fo ma ye nkogu MPP ni adwuma see ya dream pefe pass ampa obeti say Ibrahim Mahama now and ese cement kra ho ya ede e kwamre betimi afa so aboase na be ya ne jata cement betimi gina na so am ya kase ye ka one of the finest cement factories in Africa ye bobo jata cement ya ka ho
e kwan ben
e ma jata cement enko ye only a Ghanaian product ye beto Ghana anko a they be travel the shores of our country
e kwan ben na ye be fa so
kwan ben betimi afa so
plus other businesses
na ban betimi afa so support no. Plus other businesses in so our system dada.
Zoom Lion, Kofi Job, Alex
Buamo. Those contractors. Akoya ye kwamna banso betimi afa so de aboase. And then they say ye mane konko se contractor kwa kwogini sika. Wodi mbese ho chichimu edu kwa kuma minister. Ase otimi akwa ye adwuma. No fisika no koye adwuma betimi abo ye nyina. And me fa parliament kwan so. Na me wura ho ye kunsa kwa na sha se tutu. Then I ask myself, sa kwa we finance minister faso. Akoya mfaso ya parliament anymore. Sa kwa we ya road minister faso. So I ask myself, say to faso manage. O mka no mfaso na esuga se ya. Ya yo mfe. But contractor na yes akwa no. Contractor na yes akwa no. O ma ya mwa Ghanaian businesses. O ma ya sabi ahokyere ne awonye hia. Ne nipa betie edin. You can't keep quiet and say ya hear the politics as usual.
Okay, so
we are true baby. My young country will say enough is enough. We'll
get to that point of enough is enough, but enough is enough, no. A healing process. Oh. Enough is enough, no. That's why say about the resetting agenda, building the Ghana that all of us we want now, and the attempt by some persons in the NDC to digress from the understanding that we all have in terms of resetting and getting the focus right for us to all build on the Ghana that we want now. Painful. Remember those areas because a digression be abem, but Competence 74 number na kutia able to say ukidney how or liver disease and also high blood pressure 74 diagnostic herbal for on the abedjason boa kwanson kosokra dodo na nkasa de betima frɛ 0246 073498 0501 628-931. Mami Sisubium 0246 073 498 and 0501 628-931. No what Timini one Edding Town. Royal Kingdom Estate Ekoso Kaya Dia Bako. O Pasasia Mansumbia Eniso. And which Asasia the Opibiano one bit me aboa motimi aye ewo so woni kwan so enwechi se o pasase ato o pedesi o person who design bi anaso person manage o property bi de mawa Royal Kingdom Estate for catch said we ya kwanya kese abeto ho ede amawo afi ono saka so wono wonya pade a ono tonton na wono se bi ma han ewo emiambia bi te se abri ebono shase free eye enkran na abri ebono shase free 90,000 Ghana cedi. One side in Shisha Sunquagua Quema, Ebase Utia, one Baboa Mwatimi Etia, one war premium furnished apartments, just a Dabakuma, SSM Dada, Ewo for short rentals or East Airport. Again, Mamenka Sabiana Persone, Royal Kingdom Estate Fooding Kitawa, Udwaniche Cantonments, one Soul Clinic International School, no, and a Shenim. And as a one email near sales at royalkingdomestate.com. And I say info at royalkingdomestate.com. No team on Eddie Inkitown. Numbers no say 0557 555 909 and 0272 778 880. My missus will be 055 7555 909 or 0272 7788 80. Now Royal Kingdom Estate for Eddie a year in Gitown. Minimia a year Cosinsia and your one say, and Sana Cosibasa Bemno, Obaya Chiao, you can't buy a pet. Now see a Provident Insurance was him. Eddie Provident for Amana extremely simple Eddie amount. It was only Obaya Bedin Kita home, WhatsApp, so and what be our Pibiano, Obaya Timia Buano de amount. Now, manufacturer 0242. 0242 426396. Mamisi Sumau 0242 426396. Obaya a baby be our pebiano at the amount of insurance. Unti freno texting na untimini link town Provident Insurance. You say if you at the 9 means and you know that Twabasakum was our contour ye to our insurance. Don't miss out. Only Obaya and Chatty, Nebia and Kosukama and Fama. Kahunu say terms and conditions, no. A year juma pepe. Let's end on this.
Yeah.
Choir. Is you say buying all the timelines to one meeting man TV because
I never said I found on program I found on program I can start 19th of April.
But the point is that once we have this mindset, work on it, let us start feeling it. And see, say, no ye conscious about Ninsema or Bekai. I feel so, you know, your way wants too much. If you try to train too much, when the list even gets to the presidency, now you go say, Aquasinsia, Eddie Wum, where Omanhene Kwabena and Didium, Philip was able, hey, we are not looking out for competence. We are looking out for partisanship.
Yes.
Partisanship. That continues to be the challenge because you share competence. You cannot overlook say Obi Abono Modin or party him to also deserve. But the real factor is that we claim that we need to build a Ghana that we all want. That is, you know, that means that we should overlook matters of partisanship. Because see, a cheddar party him. Na eba IT hun sema ebetima building up amana track or share for so. Why can't we push that? But we are thinking that Orchada
won't. Oh, yeah.
Sequasi, Yarga. Now that Nimdiano, a buying fees or money benya on fast, as see a piano cost, employment, revenue, but all those things are come. Let's see a piano. So another issue is that I don't know whether they will form a secretariat or whatever to go through consciously the people they want to. I heard him made reference to some banks. We say the banks should be able to, but I'm sure the banks cannot work in isolation. Clearly, government should have a certain support to be any culture bank say, hey, we've opened up, we're pumping these monies purposely for these individuals to come, make them feel okay, support them, and then supervise them and make sure that we're headed towards that vision of every year 5 top businesses, Ghanaian businesses, we are producing them. By my 4th year, we have 20. If subsequent governments also come and they feel that there's a need to expand it, when it's 8 years, we have 40. Now, when we have 40 major, even not world class, Africa standards, companies, industries, you think that the country will be wallowing in all this noise?
Ghana didn't feel saying, you need independence.
60.
There's no Ghanaian business that is 60 years.
Yabru 60.
We have businesses a year over 100 years. In fact, one credit the back to say the more na action and na you need bisa. Ni arawu sama ya Omanhene wo me say omo ye ojambo mu no omo so na ne kwam de omo no omo na ntimi ntwe omo single room rent no but omo na be show mo penny for echi aka say ai yengu no onim de enti ayiso yengu no but ne penny bi na aka say yengu niti no ne de ntimo nyina say yengu no ne refi say ne nwe bi ye adwuma wonwe ho enye na asem ene party asem eti party ne be free power. No, that's what I said. Not here now. No, I said so.
So it has affected us. You fight against illegal mining. And then who say Dominic, Masakofa
yellow fever.
I'm for yellow gas.
Yeah, yellow gas. Yeah.
After the green, back
the blue,
the blue gas.
Yeah.
Why color difference?
So when we say 450, I'm so about 2,000.
But to the best of your knowledge, I shall say engage your money.
I'm engage your mouth call 1 month training.
But I know because I'm here Juma way.
I'm a conscious. But my no crow me say it's dad no crane in the Africa.
Dominic, let me have a feel of the picture. Yellow gas.
Yep. Bet me training part 30,000. Enkosiaga.
Omo de botani say.
Botani so me koyen so akobo yen so as no mabo. Come here we so bro.
Debi don't say. Say na ka kire. Oh, no, because you know what I'm the casual dog. I'm a bomb pempe. Oh, yes, I'm a whistleblower. Don't go with you. It's a more for a solitary fear. No, we have to I saw your phone, a police phone here standby. It had 24-hour job now.
I think Sana Bay. Sana Bay.
Oh
yes, meaning so for example, one month for more BM 2,000 cities.
Musumi
bet you snake.
It's a 1 month. Dominic, come away. Dominic, come away. Okay. So, hey. Now, Dominic, maybe say me tell myself, we are doing
river guards and the forest guards.
There be forest in town. Dominic, we are forest and river guards and our river guards. Because maybe we should get the difference clear. Hey. Now, Dominic, Minister, and you have power. That they are to do what?
Omebuana yapam for free insurance.
So wemu ana ebeye ama yensuno eni ati ana celebration.
Omnebebua ma insuno eni etimi ati. Na eni etimi wensen edi amaye. Owan.
So river gas. River gas. So river gas ni.
Yeah.
We need to get serious a bit to this country because I don't know, but river gas. Yeah.
A total of 453 personnel.
Minka second country. Minka. We don't even understand the critical role they are going to play.
I'm going to train in school Ghana Navy. I'm based near Elibono.
So how do we fight Galamsey? Tell me.
No credit. You bet me a pian soldier for one cranny kumasi in our coquine. No cranny mua. O my ye. Me see me quenya penny pano dear soldier four and an anakufado. Or moko quine. Echo Pam Galamsey snibby edge was say. I was super caught no aquache.
Dominic William says, Baku said, the lack of Indian Mayana. Do I say, sorry, hey, Chanamami, hey. Oh, Della. Minka, Mamu, true count. Minka, Momo say, a manual semasi way back. You know, Della baby, or we are Della the Cacra, baby, or we are. Yeah.
my sister no credit anymore. Galam say fight and forget it.
Okay, so quickly, Mammy Wimbra, now fe Yanko, na intimate Yanko, me this uncle we are Bassia, Dominic is here, how you be right away. Hey, Ubokumi Domi, say, we'll be in your mouth. Yeah, call any uncle Wimbra quickly. Era Isaac Andrew Tando, a deputy chief executive. Minerals Commission, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Small scale and industrial minerals. You're Kwabena, no matter saying.
Nyamia Dominia.
I see. And you remember called here?
Oh, Nyamigo social.
Well, you was a cat, Bonte, we didn't come on, but quickly, maybe you cannot be of good to help. You can be of good help to us in terms of river guards, more you aware of them.
That's right. Well.
Very good.
Okay, so yet the minister can these river guards, they are not military people, they are not police people, they are not call it like any high level security agency they are. But ye training sounds for 4 ways. And Ghana Navy Riverine Command, they are going to build 12 bases in the Western North, Asante region, Eastern region, Western region, where we have most of these water bodies having the issues. Now the river guards are more or less like alerted to this riverine base. They will be working under the command of the Reverend Command of the Ghana Navy. So they are more or less like call it informant or to report what is happening around our water bodies.
Oh, so river guards said you want to say Ombe ai asra for na sutre.
Exactly.
Obi uraya shenima. In so shenima enye ne kwanso. It's a 24-hour operation, Anna.
A 24-hour operations. There will be. They have gone through swimming lessons. There will be boats. There will be motorbikes for them. So they are not to confront anybody. Just talk to the Reverend Command of the Ghana Navy for them to do their job.
Deputy, we are putting them at risk. Are they with guns?
So they are not with guns. They are normal people just like us that have their water bodies at heart as well. So they are not to confront anybody. There is the actual main job that the military is preparing to carry out. For instance, Adana Minister Kasa, we had about 9 forests. They were no-go areas, red zone, by the Forestry Commission. They couldn't even go in to do their job. But with the help of the military, we were able to reclaim 7 out of these 9. I think those that we've not been able to reclaim is the Diziri and Asenayon. Those were the 2 that are still coded red. So there is that military job itself that is ongoing. I mean, more, but the river guards are just informants.
So a temporal job, and I said, which will later be taken over by the requisite agency or Jumanana. Because if you say they are just informants, are you not exposing them to risk? Because even the minister, Eka said, and I so sophisticated. If I would describe those practicing this illegality on Zoom and acquiring as terrorists. And terrorists are one kasanim, a group of people or mindset or mentality is not just to have fun with them. It is either you do me or I do you. And these are the people we want them to act as our informants?
No. So I think we are missing 2 things here. The actual job of fighting these people in the forest will not be done by these river gas. So there are two separate issues. I think people have mentioned the two that it looks as if we are going to fight this galaxy with. No, that is not the issue. As we speak, we are building some of the things maybe I can share with the public. We already working with some colonel, some one-star brigadiers that are putting a team together for this fight. And you will hear from them very soon. Very, very, very soon. So the river guards are just, around our water bodies and letting us know what is going there. They are not to fight anybody.
But I saw them saying,
all those things, we will put a stop to all those things.
Are they at work or they will be at work later?
Which one?
The river guards.
No, they are not at work at the moment. They are just going through and passing out the program whilst we put the logistics together for all the other works to be done.
Are you on top of the number of people so far? More training?
It's a little bit over 400. I think 432. And the target is to train about 2,000 river guys. 2,000?
Yes. And on the clearance for market here?
We have clearance for 1,000.
The 2,000 free?
We will work around it, but we have a budget for the first 1,000.
I see. But you be some come away a year later, but we be trying to that's for some clarifications or they even do and Musa, but we'll have to take it for now. Now at the appropriate time, no bad net made in Komoye. But we are reading out a lot of articles and releases on this diamond mine issues, you know. I'm sure the Minerals Commission is in a better position to explain happenings to us. But let me read this out. Now, just two write-ups, and then I'll come back to you for you to throw more light. Now, okay. Just a minute of your time. So this is from Durban for Nankasa. And I read, Durban Mining Lease Extension. Dear colleagues, this note is to inform you that our application for the extension of the Durban main mining lease, which expires on 18th April 2025, has been rejected. In the absence of a mining lease, the company is unable to continue operations at Durban beyond 18th April 2025 and will be required to vacate the lease area by that date. We have tabled further proposals with the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources of Ghana in an effort to resolve the current situation. However, in the interim, we must begin preparing to comply with the expiry of our mining licenses. This means that starting today and over the weekend, we will initiate a phased reduction in production and take steps towards ensuring a safe and orderly shutdown of current mining activities at Daman, pending resolution of the matter or further clarity on the way forward. It is important to emphasize that this development does not affect operations at Takwa. We encourage all our people there to remain focused on maintaining safe and productive operations. We understand that this news may come as a shock and will cause concern, particularly to our employees, business partners, and communities at Daman. In response, the company has established a management committee to urgently assess the situation, identify potential paths towards resolution, and evaluate the possible impacts on our people. Our immediate priority are to ensure the safety and security of our people, understand the implications of government decisions, including any plans that they may have for the future of Daman Mine, and explore how we can best mitigate mitigate any negative effects on our people. We are fully committed to engaging constructively with all relevant stakeholders, especially our people, over the early part of next week. We will maintain regular communication with you as we get additional details and clarification. In the meantime, please don't hesitate to contact me on your line manager with questions or concerns. And a sign regards Elliot and our science secretary. Minerals Commission, what is the challenge?
Okay. My main censure with your problem. So, if I am to backtrack a little bit, last year, GoFirst approached the government of Ghana. Said they want to give out the Dama mine. And government issued a no objection letter to them to engage any local company who would want to take over the mine. So that process we thought would start and that run its course. And then the same GoFirst put out an article, I think 25th or 24th November 2024, about their intention of selling the smaller mines within the group, especially Ghana, after the purchase of the Osisco mine in Canada. Then, in their own annual integrated report for 2024, they didn't declare any reserve for that man. And for them to put in an extension for a mining lease for that man, it's neither here nor there. Because what are you using the lease for? You don't have reserve. Now, in one of their letters, they stated, sir, more time now, it will be a more year, more conclusion, or more declare reserve. But that is not it. But the woman is a Yama will lease for 30 years. The government went further to even give you a development agreement. The development agreement is helping you cut down on your tax and also giving you exemptions on some of the things that you bring to work with. Biggest of them is fuel. A lot of tariffs are taken off because of this development agreement. Instead of development, they were busy buying mines elsewhere with the money they are making in Ghana. And we are saying, sir, we didn't disturb you for the 30 years. We support you for the 30 years, but only is national. And it's about time government takes back some of these things and make sure that the resources benefit the people of the country.
Well, it is not it being just about time. Is it now a deliberate policy by government say all these mining companies in Yinano say obre suna so sako apply farmer because ebraso say yenia buyer who say afraid Ghana ni capable of managing these mines? Is that the case? Is it a policy?
So we will take it case by case. And Osha in the past, we started something. You money be local to say mining itself, so local contractor, no mining amount, drilling, say local contractor, now or you and it was to help build capacity. Because yes, we want foreign investment, but it's not going to be in perpetuity. Because some man here can only one expert. And from the operations manager or the GM up to Obia a Ghanaian. But all the profit is leaving this country. So it's about time that we reset the agenda and make sure that, this mineral, the benefits of this mineral resources are enjoyed by Ghanaians. That is what we are saying.
I see. So now we should be proud and bold and believe in ourselves and say, Adebakwa abayin pesoye, because I'm just reading another release here that says, in a monumental decision to revitalize Ghana's economy, President John Dramani Mahama announced the return of Abosu Goldfields, Damai mine, to Ghanaian ownership. This transition follows the expiration of a 30-year mining lease, making a significant milestone in the government's mission to reset the nation's economic landscape. Is that the case now?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's so. So, and yet, much ado about nothing in terms of it's not that the case.
I am confident in the system. I am confident in the capability of Ghanaians. School of Mines. Papa, we have capable men to be able to run this mine. I am sure of that. I mean, Kogini, Ghanaians in the Guo, Tanzania, Ghanaians in the Guo, Zambia, Ghanaians in the Guo, Mali, Ghanaians in the Guo. So why can't we manage our own mine?
That sounds good, but the effectiveness of it is a challenge.
It's not going to be a challenge. I think we are a new era. I think we have people who are patriotic. If they have done it for a foreign company, I don't think they would go the other way around against their own government.
Then it comes to Daman for Krata Omotreno, the implications of Sa Anamontua Aban Peso to 1 on a Jumano, 2 yene other investors are young kofa, 3 in terms of capacity to ensure say betima konenim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of these arguments holds water because Obi the Nedayama 30 years was supported. Now we say no, see, I want to take over from here. I don't think it brings
Kasabienu.
And to me, you see, this is different from expropriation. Like the guy has 15 years of mining lease and I hope Amano. That's not what we are doing. Yamao 30 years. We year 30 years. Because how much did they buy Dama mine? You understand? Mm-hmm. And the profit that has left this country. Let me tell you, last year alone, GoForce made over 600 million between Takwa and Daman.
Over 600 million?
Yes. How much stayed in Ghana? So please, I mean, we are, as I say, that's in Klima and Boyedin. And that is exactly what the president is doing, and we are all for it.
So, Ghana for Shasia expressing interest in the management of it now?
Oh, so far, that conversation hasn't come up, but we're going to run it as a government mine for now.
But so
in the old way, Anna, Bosume Besona, ye first gold bar near the Abasa State gold mine or the first gold. How would you feel?
Extremely proud.
Exactly. So that is where we are going, and we are very close.
Well, Mr. Isaac Andrew Tando, I love your confidence, but on Sabibia they didn't come here. And I'm going to be painting a boss so Dibia de Kosubusa questions around it. Ye be VH no. And they said Nano Damere who he say Aquatia Diamond, ye didn't command Obia Soijin say Brunia be manage Aquatia Diamond there, say pass a be ye dear and the entry argument. And I felt extremely bad, and I thought that it was a slavery talk. So, yebusa questions are for the good of the policy. I'm more firm on the app, but we need to ask questions because it will be paying.
Oh, I don't fault you for asking questions. As I say, it's me and say more. And I make sure me and me, I worked for the mining industry for over 20 years. I managed the Tapa mine. At a point, I had oversight responsibility over the mine. I mean, I have met colleagues of mine, senior and junior, who are doing extremely well. When you go to Atem, it's a Ghanaian GM. When you go to Ahafo, it's a Ghanaian. Even Takwa, GoForce Takwa mine. Yeah, you know about Catherine Kupo, and a GM Woho. He's producing over 500,000 ounces. And why should we be at the losing end as a country?
I see. Well, very happy, brilliant idea. That one, no doubt about that. The black man, especially the Ghanaian, has always been capable. But for certain attitudes and certain interferences, mostly it doesn't inure to the benefit of the larger picture, which is the larger populace. That's why continuously, we'll come back with that posturing of a certain level of fear. But this afternoon, I have to be honest with you, I am in love with this policy. I only want to believe, say, Adia, Jeffrey, Amanoni for Semedia by Yang Ghana for Semino. Ebeko Swaye, a Juma Edim Faso dear Cassie, any Aquenia Cassie, Ebebre Ghana for the Bianco Swam Yanko Casse. Agozi, with the Wuyanke Madi, Eka, Omoho. That's the fear. Okay. That's the fear.
And I catch Ghana for they should rally behind the decision.
Great.
They should rally behind the president. He wants to leave a legacy. He wants to build a nation that is of, whatever we have. He has support, and we will do the job.
Sir, Deputy CEO say. So Deputy now say, government running it for now. Abamba running the saying for how long? Abamba running as my private sector.
We will not. I mean, I know that mind very well. We will not stop anything. No workers will lose their job. We will make sure they are even better off under the regime of and we would have to do a lot of aggressive exploration to extend the man life. There is some cutbacks there. As I say, if we're able to do that, we can give the mine about 8 years man life in addition to whatever stockpile the guys are treating now. So the future is bright. We just need to do the job and have the confidence of Ghanaians to make sure we move forward.
Sauka said, Mumbema workers no looking far more better than saying now Omoya Jumea. Now go face a year Jumea for 30 years. And him say go the year 2 ache. Ya measure the amount of gold deposited. That's what Dama Honum. How much no money bet me enya as we take over. Now how much bet me they are compensating workers no more airborne board no.
Okay, so we have currently the Gold Force has been treating stockpile for 2 years, or a little bit more than 2 years. No more mining. That stockpile you will be and there was some other fertilized picture or more mining before they started the stockpile treatment. And then there is a big cutback that needs to be done. And that big cutback, actually, once it's done, we can get about 8-year man life, producing a little bit over 100,000 ounces a year. So all these numbers are there. We know the studies. We understand what is. So we just need to get to work, cross this phase, and then get to work.
Well, last question.
My last one, Deputy. So, Adiabakwa now can say it is time say Ghana will take over our mines. Is it a government policy?
Government policy.
Yeah, afraid the say I'm on for now a mine last scale no or more a time of soon ye renew and famonemo and man inquire gold face that my enquire.
Yes, so my main council says, I'm saying, one of our meetings, the minister said to go fill that. Says photo, we are selling Ghana. And Ghana is a diababe toho. And to say, oh, better proposition, the only Minerals Commission Coordinator. Yes, sure. Let's say that boy or minor, so we will take it case by case and make sure, sir. Any proposition be able to or no, Ghana is a winner and not just the investor. It is the vision of the government or the vision of the president to indigenize our mineral resources and make sure it benefits Ghana.
Okay, fantastic. So Yebeso said was Yakano. Yebeso for now, but of course you hear more clarifications on this matter, but for now we take where you've taken us to. Yebejina honia support to. Na ya GD says, "Sana montua ya dwinimuno. Eye papa ebe boa the Ghana agenda no. Yebeta mochi. All that we plead for is that an efficient, reliable, and trustworthy management, and then worker motivation and incident free environment. You better share na modi amai. Ntia da sepa o era tando. We'll get back to you on this matter now. Yes, I so. Yeah, we say a lot of people can see church or almost on be a part of the conversation. Quickly, but main case or Bapa products no just so your mackerel, no your sardine, and your tomato. You've been part of us. Obapa Busio Kono, Easter Bow, Debia Dow, Bruno, Valentino, and Cremofodo. Clearly, we need the job is Sabrevi. Yeah, medical culture, Africa Queen mackerel, a ball constant Kusukra, Samsung Obapa Sardine, and Obapa tomato paste, and Yadi Juma. Fre Yang 0302 668357 0302 668357. Na watimini edin kita Ecobank Ekoso Ekai nsem bebre. And Ecobank for some can say one emergency number no they hear them number no star 770 hash star 770 hash na watimini won edi eye nkita star 770 hash e ma akwanya instant access to a loan and I say Sikebia or transfer ko baby and I can in terms of your utility bill payments be and airtime be and data purchase be the oya here so ya and say o dial star 770 hash a new kwan say a hubi account ebra wo ahunye him there be Ecobank Edisashen Edia to Amo Bill Wamenka say dial star 770 hash now if you want your solutions to your money emergencies. Ecobank Gina Jia to say your Pan-African bank. Kwasi Wakasa, and what do you think? Is a good cause?
A good cause. The message say government should not hold this for more than 1 year.
I don't want you buying this or no year
Ebegu. Mestre man penny
immediately no.
Mestre man penny. Let's put it together. Surface. A bear bid in a man for about bid with competent hands, knowledge, track record, companies to bid. Government should not hold this mine for more than 1 year. Ebegu. Abanji on my ebegu. I'm out of home.
Say abind in the second can.
Ebegu simple. Ebegu simple. Abind to me. The government of Ghana, not necessarily John Mahama led NDC administration, not necessarily any government coming in place, but the mentality we say, abind the anamkwano ebegunu. That mentality mkwa begunu.
We are resetting.
You're resetting why? Messi Rabai. As part of resetting, back we say, let's build Ghanaian businessmen for them to hold our frontiers when it comes to our economy. Almost so yemano emuse and famaye. Or see do pen so beer. How it's I didn't know say bobo crab or say tumbo to me is got support Black Stars. When the joiner ebano, a bank a crab no yefrisan a banya free. Say Black Stars eshegua, send a banya. But her mouth for a Tom Black Star JC. Physical munya de free. Say Black Stars ko bomb match near we near here and a bar by bottom. We should get to a point a bit in so one day near Casse. Doctor say Kwabena despite or to say because of the buy more the boy into you used to carry supporting Ghana Black Stars. Because Black Stars do could my radio station in young for soccer here. Any advert cost because the viewership cost. When I turn to Black Stars just in the cost, when the 20 and when the tour could to name the cost. How much the qua by honum? That's how we want to see that resetting. The resetting should not reset on government to me. To mesre. Sabanya nyi wa mesra ban say ma aban so woji gold fields that mine a field no aban should not hold it more than 1 year and pray ya fa shegu because enye say avenue be nya Ghana for ye mining Ghana for be mining dada small scale large medium eti onkofo ase no aka say bobo no we have competent hand meet me at show CVs Ghana for do mo kwa me no abrochi America abrochi memu Nevada ni ade omo ye adwuma honom Omi ye Ghana for kuten nimdie ni suehunu ebeture say kwaso kwa Nevada sia America abanaka se bu na fa Ghana for no ka enom to mo ye adwuma oh ye mining site so me say we competent hands no but the moment e beba under the carpet of Ghana buying na adwena sesa mesra buying government should not hold this more than 1 year yembidi yemietum ni pani company a factor or qualify Sampa company with ye, why you be paying? My fa entity one neighbor. There be America, and I come here, you can't some no, I just sleeping on 60% of farmers or Ghana, peasant farmers. It is the bureaucracy so clean you from on about memu. When you have less than 20-25% of Americans or mere farmers, when we team you do fool and because yourself an engineer. You know, baby, but I'm for the person to be musia from nobody can hold them. You were big hands, no one bit me. You have fam no munya now 10 things around. The swamp pass a good image as I say about betting you to do mudia. And you are buying a bit me too, or mine. Me see a dear good that you will judge a Ghana buying, sir. Yet about the can was him. And in any answer.
That's what I'm able to say. That's what I'm able to say.
And in any answer. Ebejiagu. Because the Ghanaian mentality. A benja padie. We are near Sakatra, benja padiodia. Una bo home by. Una better suye. Now don't mind the Kwabena Santina Tinsika and the Aqua Gisadu we ya. Oko talk at say over Paja padie. Swamp pamun fem through one more.
So we shouldn't dream of
it.
A bind manage.
A bind tra on to me. A bra bind so. A bind to me. A bind into me. Ish. Let's take advantage. Sapasa papa eke send the deputy CEO ekano. So we need to own our minds there. It shouldn't be buying inside. You Ghana buying it only. The partisan nature will take place. The partisan. If you are NPP minus, or NDC minus, the same company.
We are reset. Sophia Quech.
Oh my!
Sophia Quech.
In
fact, one Mr. Saria or a part of the in and out of that mine.
Yeah.
And you all Kasaya no say the old canyon. The other social so say. And the young family can go for you facilities in the one.
Okay.
Now a pioneer fan sharp by Safi. You be banana Diego.
All right.
But and yes, you.
Yes, I say.
I say from
maybe a man about bedroom. No. The message said, would at least 1 year. You find said this time because mine is a 1 year but 3 and do so much you may couldn't person be taking over. No, ni sick as some crossing the sim etie. Now, who are they crossing the sim etie? Baby, on your mind and the cracker. The kind of investment that a commission worker was last week, he say $600 million. If you choose a Nippon Obano, should be talking about billions. Yeah, one is so bet me a bay. It be about phone to me. You encourage Ghana for I never call my Ghana so hey pie, your business for no. You council woman come say Ghana for so be your stress since I know mine become sick boom. And they business. But since I know mine bet me out and I say I will club beer one crate. Yes, true. Most of a name now a woman name the Persiano. Baku phone sa intimate.
Baku phone
sent me. Baku phone sa intimate. The to the be here say, how can it meet me a conscience as a Ghanaian business? No, and what I say, only way come on with me, I do and what me. They be in a sop it. Even I make about your family. It's a more I can once for mine, and we dear idea. A dear idea, and you can't Ghanaian business best about coming me and be a sick of my to me and you be. You bet to me, I so as I buy so to me no Asia. Yes, I told you Estro the taking over. So me know what more. How do you rob my children? Also me to make me a benefit. How can I buy coming to resolve some of these challenges? Are business guys no.
Okay, so Akwasi, what we'll do is some quick reminders, and then we'll wrap up. Nothing come on in 80 medi. My uncle Sunda was Asempa 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa many questions and lots of your comments. But I don't know what David content means. Or say, Ebrauka said, I bind to me, manager, many must have precope. So what's the latest on a committee energy minister at on the containers matter?
Yenteshi o manemrantem minister yenteshi yes rather committee na adwuma no mo ye manemrantem ye ya idea sa no mo se hwete na sram na enu aneko
it will not be solved.
Yes remo ye manem
containers no matter will go to die.
Ye manem konko die because Matisse Mampeni am an full support say should go to the full scale of it. So you
have an idea, bra, on the report in Bebre.
You 14%.
You have an idea.
Maintain. So, Mr. Minister,
what's the latest on a revenue team for your case?
And so the same thing.
The committee has been set up.
Maintain the committee.
That was a directive from the president.
From the president, yes. Maintain Omochia.
Now, Obetina now your own tea, as it is.
It meant to be true. Meant to be true. It meant to be.
So, Kwachi for you, my update him.
Say,
what is happening?
Well, that's what Kwachi for you will do as a navy.
Or say the
BBN
on containers, no?
There be a cocaine. Or say BBN.
So, the directive from the president.
Why rubbish? No. Excuse my word. Why rubbish directive for the president? Any idea near Kawas Manama for be more entias no mine. So come and come in your fellows quattro for so honorable. A be dear mamma penny some wakan. A bit me a common aquacusi. You only power would chantro, nipa would no credit from main. Miss the integrity of Ghana is at stake. The integrity of Ghana is at stake. Who say a buy you and increditation but no jedi, as we two just over slab and say, Yamajamun and Coso. But me were a prominent government figure. Apa bontia be ka che say enhwemu kwafo ne baba sase mu sampa no kru manasa no kru no wo se asem nya no kure. Who's close to the president? Etenu se no minim sa agiegu enkosi aga enkosi hwe. Eti wiase man pedifo e from hwadwe afa abagana ho. Afebedu mebi no opkoko pevisa na e baba ye demo to certain countries. Because no slow, I've made you Ghana now could do or maybe so. Yes, such a bono. I said, only a tiny nam. What's a Ghana ni entiasia? Baby, but be a pedia cocoduno. See, I may pay the friend to me and clear and free side way home. That mentality is a Ghana, the amount for the cocaine, if I had no more. A better maybe a Ghana ni. Ya won pon wasem e bia no obusu na moko holiday bi benyesusu so because the kind of thorough text e do be come no we be frustrated
entenya dey say di
and you kwase se be yetsa seki anu tum e say abampen for nyam maso mo ka da bi the effect meba mnu mi no so e bia won point no we feel say na enka wo
meba wo 44 minutes after 3 we'll wrap up soon on Mehiasem 44 minutes after 3 Asempa 94.7 Ekosiisen Jumedie na way lawyer for akwa awie na se na ho ye de
Yanyada Roma Omanhene nso me ho ye pa.
Well, the understanding is that o client be enya nitire didim on a matter that okotro to social media and before be pim. Is that the case?
That is really the case. I'm saying nano memenda and Mohammed Izaku no share the Facebook name Mohammed Ahmed Izaku. Na bra yera kwacho fusu edebe tu just say ye ma me Professor Jena no poko adimaya o ye ma mpanya bedechiri ne hododo no ono so eko Facebook na okotro rest well Professor Jena no poko adimaya eno na obeka se ban bofo nti afie mu no ekoye ti se e bia outro rest well it means e bia o kasi bia ye ma me no e bia se bi we free. That is not the case. Where Ghana for no, Omanhene, and Pennebury no, or my Mohano, Ayana, Yaki agency one aspect of interpretation. So, okay, Ghana for the donor, no said you, or no milukra, or so are no tea, or no cafe, or so are no tea. By him say tea, a tea, a cafe, milu, a milu. Because no, there is a difference between the chemical composition and answer the elements are composite and manina. We share the door now, so I said you, or kind daily guide, also a kind graphic, or kind chronicle, also a kind graphic. Say dispatcher, or say graphic, because we are enthused to a particular brand awareness. You can't graphic because of the brand awareness of graphic, or any newspaper be of idea, no, or related to graphic. So we are aware of the brand T, and say or no milukra, also or no T. I don't think you are beginning in our say, obituary rest well. Ninti ase nyina ne se bio ye bo obi atofuwo anase ye bo obi kan say ye kase nipa ne se bio we free mu ana bibisa then so puto kase mu no okogugi osisi na outro rest wo shema e kire se obi se bio ne hododo na so oje na home a utima na rest wo say obi abre na oje na home ya na obi yare na so oje yare hwe a uti ma na rest wo nanso enam ye yenti ase mu no ye ko uka rest wo pe na ya dan ko si se bio obi ewu ne ma na dem refer die ana ye ka bibi fufuro afa ho
I see
na ye nuen eko chobi a edna ba gina mre ni mu a wako ye detain no NIB for memenda enrada ye try ya ye nya bail amano na enne nyame adom ye ba Timota Circuit Court a judge pie mu to na dwemu a lawyer for ye gina ye nan so ekasa ye no judge no had a reason to reason with us why say the discretion to grant bail no in our favor it as I know ka say no that so the premises of the court ye can say ye be executive bail conditions ye de ma ye no na fe no abranche na nya no honi di ma on the 12th May 2025 no say Attorney General be say even the facts of the case no obeto asem no so a ye be back then so no o hwe na say ye ti omamu ade ya be kan nyina ya bom so omamu nipa ene ye hwehwe na saa sabio metire ho asem macho na say eya do so do na enka omai Ghana ye nka bom no emma enka bom mapa emba ye mu a akwati say ebinom de tumi ena tumi abedi binim semu no ena ye de charter political opponent a ehwehwe aso ekakra ye be say empanifo santana se na omo hwe saa issue ni mu bio na omo nyanti ase foforo na omo say ekura maka na so menwe ya ye de afida be manyankopon na so omo pese ye to aso say de ye kono na on the 12th of May a court na share no ye nyina ba court na ya beto ase ni bi so na de wo say ye nyina ye catch court no any reasonable defense your client no so no it deserve so no ye nyina so agina so no ye ne court no atwetwe na at the end of the day no court no na temu aba na really we are setting our mind say onye boni dia and as some control ye so no sabi it doesn't constitute any grave offense ebe compromise the security of our vice president and I say ede or how be ede abetri your man penya be dey so it is our prayer say your mama no say ne hododo no ne de offer bia no nyambe ma na hoden na obebaba no abesum Ghana because your man fie nan so ye say Ghana man penya be dey ni o share ball on the political platforms so no e na ye nyina hwehwe say omo beye na aboa ma Ghana mpuntuo ne nkan kora koso at the end of the day no in 4 years yetimi assess ne examine omo based on your kaye na Ghana former omo tumi no e no de ye hwe na said you ba lawyer you need to go na break ba lawyer
you remain within that context no the government has a 4-year mandate. Sure. If we back across as a distraction, no makoje interpretation when you bail me so you know meet the bail conditions ana.
Oh yeah, meet the bail conditions no. Okay, yeah, trying say NIB officials no so be your modi na kwakra no. Ya de aduana kofi na aduane say ope na aduana de kodo e so ope no so no. The bushia so adom no. Na what me be no that other to clear.
I see. In the there was a lot of security presence.
Yes, and you know, there were some bystanders and I said party faithfuls and supporters. Omunina di echi ba court. Abra court no even hearing na ye pie ba ye say be execute the bail conditions no. Ye tie na pick up a soldier form a woman or ma ba be court say e be some say the presence of the court there. The court that manages the environment of the court. The National Security Council for Mabeti Court and Mabeti Court in the compound afar. When I try say Mobet Radio, Omra Court, Omra around the court, and I said the Omra around the court. Why I confronted them, I told them say it is not right because by standard the court is it's a public space. Insofar as will be what the premise of the court are on Yadiana a breachy the sanctity of the presence of the court. You have no mandate to come and tell the person say, oh, free as no court. And I think say nipa oma instruction to come call the commanding officer and ask them to retreat. And almost had done to can the Bricatente free hakoi. And when I were NIB, Usha, a soldier for them be good and NIB president and him who basic kind of be a police will be brave, the police car say be good be brave, and it's other manner. Argentina just over Facebook post, it me occasion this massive deployment of security officials in that magnitude. It clearly shows that the interest of the state in this matter. And only other association here, because we have a lot of security situations or mine a day in United States. A many said you there it is Boku. A 100 years. I hear by before some economy was I should be at the Bahono. Now, some issues here and will be Facebook poster. Misunderstand in terms of interpretation, whether say Omunyan right to or so, you deploy this level of security. Emma until Yamasi. The Mahuni is the state power, no, and the area will be what person or the child will be Bikaka. It is nothing more than that.
I see. Lawyer Fako, Maminas, but before I becono, Ujudi say, Obina, or person or chess, make sure baby to me work a canteen or Casasana. Oh,
certainly so, because the military deployment, not a police deployment, or my Obia charging with just publication of false news. Just one count of publication of false news. Okay, the statutory provisions name, not a punishment ascribed to this. This is just a misdemeanor. It's all my in terms of this deployment, this and my way in any the Gidis are minor. Say, was Sahodina, young channel Sahodina, some Cobebia, Sabio is near Sahodino, never Guamas and Viabaho. Dan say, I do say in the better political opponents, political service, say, Yan help our better will be Kaka.
Okay, so
we must focus on nation building. We must focus on ways that can unite this country. That's why I'm a resource by a one. They develop or my Ghana. Number of my Ghana is in your current name. That's why I'm saying, a waste of the taxpayers' money. Because we deploy a fuel, a allowances, the use of military accoutrement, any police accoutrement. It is always used in this magnitude. It means that you are not using state resources judiciously.
Well, in a quest to ensure some Manabeja, I don't think you subscribe to lawlessness ne Nyoma ensem fata. But I'm just privy to a client in Adio Kotre Benghazi Multiple Project. I'm seeing Mohammed Amadou Zako. Is that correct?
Mohammed Amadou Zako, that is very correct.
4th of April, is that correct?
Yeah, 4th of April.
And the post with Rest Well, Your Excellency, with the photograph of our Vice President. Is that correct?
That is very correct.
With some emojis suggesting otherwise. And I'm what?
My worker says suggesting otherwise. I want to mean to us, you know. Emoji.
Forgive me, baby. I mean, sure. Yeah, me they say I am me, but all should interpretations of that emojis now. What me say the rest well no, and then the emoji no, and can't see any. Anna.
Say who say me didn't catch the meaning of rest wall. Material say uko Google and na mafo obi ekura Android phone. It will be our Android phone be a OT as Asempa FM hana Ghana for OT no. Ebetimi about rest wall e wo Google. Na Google the rest wall meaning amount. I will be able to say it doesn't mean negativity. Ebio emoji na e ka ho no. This is a subject of legal interpretation. That court in any man, the prosecution, will lead evidence in that. And the person may come to see a branch here, they decide the interpretation, the meaning of those emojis, the National Intelligence Bureau, or ascribe meaning to it. The entire other side emojis, as to say a tall or mutim, an anto mutim, as to say almost what TNT different, no. Your bam run anymore, your back court anymore, or more the better, young the kind of the hour. And the say, member meanings to that. But the header and footer of this subject matter, he meant well for our vice president because the vice president or a national asset or a this year. The United taxpayers find and the crown, the born of Hobra, a BBR, a yanking or your Mampena, but you also your interest. I don't think a matter of national concern. I was a Ghana Nibia bomb by a Pamano, a Sam Payapano, Bonibia, and a Mohammed Zaku, a Bobima, a Mampena, the and then a binum tea different now. Yet never been in a court. Okay. He will be exonerated before the law.
I don't know, but a quick glance trying to. A quick glance. Lawyer Fakwa, we know you, but just a quick glance. Trying to understand or establish what rest well means. And what I'm getting here is a polite and friendly way of wishing someone a good night sleep. Or a period of relaxation.
Sure.
It is a common expression used before someone goes to bed or is taking a break, implying a desire for them to get a good and restful time. It can also be used to wish someone a good whatever. But is that what your client meant?
That is what he rightly meant. And that is what he told the NIB officials whilst I was present. Under the interrogation, that is what he told them. And I believe so almost have a mind on it. No, almost we are various texts like Omanhene. We are seasoned senior journalists. Now, me tell no one of us at the deal so never done it in amount the interpretation or the explanation of rest war. Our crown on chassis would be a on now. Nothing stopped the state officials or more the resources to be able to avert their minds on the meaning of rest war. Now, come also here and can FIM do court, name with you in a pressure sign. My MSA court not in this magnitude.
The conflict
is what we say.
The conflict.
Our clients will be exonerated in law.
The conflict is the emoji.
Obi
charge
you pa. Omanhene obra. Utimi kwa don say good say my bread. Utimi so si say my bread. Ana yes sir. Utimi kwa don say me no to what you call. Obi say say don say what you call Charlie my bread too much. I say and the bread no does. Anything you will be any how or express tiredness. Now or express how or feel it for Obi. So what you say. You know say am na why campaign be no call door to door, no call landing beaches. Now or share amount for and at her age. Was some of as former vice chancellor of the University of Kekus, was some mine as former education minister, was some mine as former running mate to Papa John Dramani Mahama, was Ababio Ababayo Mampenya Bedet. You know how Mamena. It is understood, some Mameno, Sabio Nipa, and she's gone extra mile. And if you can say, or Kojaya Shena or Kojina Home Mana, this is I go into this mail and say a bread or honorable. And you'll be how or express this feeling and it's any money. And I have stated clearly say it doesn't connote negativity.
Lawyer
not at all.
Lawyer Afuakwa, rest well after that long debate.
I'm going to rest well today because after now I decided to rest well during the weekend, but because of this matter, I didn't have the opportunity of resting well.
Grateful.
I'll be resting well, man. And I wish you a rest well this evening too.
I thank you so much. I take it, sir. Lawyer. So, that's it.
I was going to rest well.
Now, oh wow, it's a beautiful country.
Yeah. Before I'm a corner.
Because what has come up of the WAEC in Kwada over 1,000? What the breakdown about from 2014?
If I will not be misquoting, I'm say virtually majority of them in almost sorted out.
When you say sorted out, as such as
say resource ne care.
Me what for as we speak now?
On majority in America no.
Are you sure of what you're saying?
Yes.
That they've been sorted.
I know the majority.
What was the basis? Because see which hold yes councillor. When you say sorted out, you know, I say
my name say I quite remember what I'm saying. It was a directive and as one of the court a decision. But what I know is a majority of them no from WAEC. The majority of the students that are affected have been sorted. More results now have been released. They are more. Me say aka ba ku me no bi. Me say students ni bi enso e wo court. Me so ma wie sa omasem na wo court ne dia. I want to believe some of can na like dey be can. Way forward no should be say how are we going to deal with this challenge?
Of course, that's why I say yes. Any release from the education ministry or joint release to avoid or limit or minimize. I mean, adman so the name.
Yeah. It's about we say
May November ni na so
that is it. It's a penfortune na yam correct sad no. Na mamemo abrantu abaso. President John Dramani Mamaneba. Sharaf Muhammad.
Sharaf.
Yes. Semenya onka Ministry of Sports
Kofi Adams.
They should give him that support. They are here. President Mama Sharaf Muhammad. I think they should
encourage family and friends.
They family and friends. So on Yabem. So Sharaf on Yabem.
But so they okay and train and
encourage say what I'm doing here say or your Ghana neighbor. Yeah, oh yeah, they say or Ghana for
Ghana neighbor
or Ghana for kwada a war the talent to play. Amomunya amonone akwenya abobo
jujidi mo
mu wia ebibe saba abebobo e de Ghana ya Blasters yenya Andre Ayu the dem family no omko amonone ko bobo ewi omdo mo nim de musu hu no abebo men ene party ya nyina ye bogi ne so enye kotoko ne house no obobo Arsenal Patewie na se Blasters o match pateba na obegire mu e de Ghana Blasters ejina meka se emmoa ne ahoden bi aba betim de aboa Sharaf Mahama it shouldn't be say ne papa wa ba mu nti no enie me se fata o se ne setimi ka no so de boa Ghana maburu na e wo sa akonye so betimi abobo no yemfa nkame no ahoden wo ho na o man betimi aya yemfa support no no fa nya akonya ma Ghana fo bi ma bebre na enya da exploit no e wa amono ne e konye suhu ne nimdie e wo football ne mu niemwa Abrante na chesa ampa opepa so betimi aboa Ghana mabuna epese boho abamu ano na yenya se ye family and friend na se esu nimfa so fa mo mayem wo issue but ade be ma Ghana ade sie nya so mfa so de ne family and friend ne de ade
be ma
me mo dom kuma no so abaso ne so ko
Kumasi.
Yes, led by the minority leader
Chumbrana enko ye break no
the minority leader enso di dom kuma nim emom so ko Asante mantemo omso akoye ade fefede kama pa am yet to hear how much omuja ede ema omo but mete de say emodu omo ya ade yemboaboa ye hu say ya nemom it should always be about say asem besi ansa ne akwakutu wana mo say yem fanhye panwu akwammu ase na be ya bebe say no entimi ensi emme hai maame no adwadefo enana meka say yempe kwan bi so a yebeme maame adwadefo any insurance companies enwa twaka
insurance companies another whole conversation amu a woman so yenina na obe wrap up na any yetimi reject obi amaninya 5 votes MC eza wo de onya ade o wo de empawasemo onya man makoma se enum amu so ai se kofi de bia report obi de ba
o se onya azai
emanum amu.
All right.
Hey, no. Maybe I'll carry news. I'm a manipa. You be curious. I had an MC in Konya Emenum. I say South. Anna.
I think for municipal as a Fonoba, about to present me and South Central and municipal. That's for now. I call North. I call North. I honor a district in Internet. Me a senior sending me about to be. Cost for hormone. Now the air total rejection, O can have them 5 and said you will become also a Diego Poto, a Hano, Obahad Moa, Sana, a corona, a decalco, North, information safe North. I say no for no man, Penny, everybody, you know, Ura, Sylvester, Machina, on a brana for 2 a send off ne, central in our boom, no, a presiding member of my team or call who dinner 7 member. Everybody, you know, man, Penny, a born, no need. Na enebra a 7 members are wododo no eye what 18 and amwo eye 9 appointees na appointees ni be kan ho ana za kwakoye 27 na 27 no unze na nka MP ni DC kan ho but omo no because of omo MP ni voting right na DC ni 27 na to ye ebewe ye no 27 ni na to yes no owura Sylvester Machinya akwa mampanyini boni dino na se wagena tum a wamane swai a se ono na ADC e wo Asenof efiri ho na eba fosu municipal nso no eno so nimpa mampanyini de na stamp team so eye ma Charlotte Boachi ono na ebo ni dini se o mbe si mampanyini anan e wo fosu assembly no na enne omoto aba elected members a na e wo fosu municipal assembly no eye 15 Sanso and government appointees, you know, 7 to Kabumwa. There's acquired 22 members. And the about to share so about on berry, you know, na electoral commission, a PJ Mano Chim, you know, our kind of say, Nimpa Makuma Kunum, after 2 years. So, 4 man penino meaning, so no any business and 9 hour. Sanso and Nimpano Makuma 17, which they say, Quaya, cost man penino meaning out by, no. Imagine 2 million more high and ye into a moko 2 no. Into let's acquire 2 time rejection, but proud to about to an electoral commission at Chetim. So, Cobasa say 2 abano. Now, we have some percentage beer on making us to view a daffo for an answer, and they are so many members in the say, and I say, when ya certain number being so and a 2 time rejection. There's a about on the berry, and there's a 5 for now, dear Aquaban say. As I said, Mampany, either so be nominated or no be renomination and not say or a in Pafudi. Nebra Central Regional Minister or a call Penny Ochre, a Casimuna or Casa, no, so members, no, Obia, Amato Benevi, Obien who comes over Casabia, among 2 unconfirmed to obey you, minimum of a sort of say, Mampany so quite, my men or then buy our marriage or best our bonny debut, Nimum. Juma is also many and so many 7 members na bekasta yi na ebia mampanyini sa bo no adi bi umpo a kese omatumi confirm no na ensem bebre enemu
din we buy no okwa asen of papa ya confirm no nimpa miensa region no present to national na di din ka ho do ko region no ama wantumi amfam nto de petition ko national na ye man akonya the 40 na asem na ye de ka ma no ko ye nine and nine na manpanyin bo no the fourth person ni dia oba ya wo benya 100%. The same thing of course wa for municipal so and also regional shortly nimpa miensa also as the chairman secretary any organizer and odo mo call national no na ma Mr. Boache entumi amfam region no de petition ko national tea nasem and on the account, but on the day was young more hard to be or more average no. If you are cast south or yes, south and so almost a member to know all the government appointees 11 about or more a so in and also maintain more Africa Caribbean baho, but in Penifocus who I have entire Kusian and Radio never see whom DBC accord by me no matter no of confirmation also by central the for 2 minutes by the total rejection has a man pinning the side and not the view and also the good papa for the
But Alfred Abu Mami Musa ensemble na onam for multitude say e dey pa na betimi amia ponsa onye this year anase ontra ho anase omum penasem anase omjiri so ye de ne be si omo so prekope anase onye obi obetimi asom mo ana party ngi se omunim ensemble bi dey also unam na hwehwe bi ne dey wan
you want me da si ensemble ye hwehwe bebre a ya tonkra aba bebre din nyabe to dwase ma me Charlotte Boache ena ma igi din nya ma no kra no sia college the wa asking for su eyen sentwefo nhyimu se watete se edi miensa region eye vet no ho submit ko national a wo hwe kwansa ba ko din na beba omodo mo yempinifo a wonnim won pass wasom party na che constituency chairman ka ho eye Baba Galba a constituency secretary su kan owura Sadek Ebo Bruni ena owura Kofi ono so organize ma party wo nyina wodin ko national but wate say this admin saying ebie no wa mampini bebo nemum wa bo the fourth person now or no omo nshede nya grassroot person the asoma wa mka bi na me kan you onye grassroot person na nemum say although or ye deputy election director or a deputy ewo constituency omo nim minister na oba abafo ewo constituency onya 3 into 3 na onya no na teso uniform and to pese uniform yensa constituency organizer chairman and secretary na wodin ko nu ba ko no mo but man penya anya sa na okobo ono a omsusu se onye graduate person ni din a o marriage no e no mo ye press conference de to ho proud to that no na nananum bi eye Omanhene owo afutu akwa nananum nkunga eye nanakuti amu otoso miensa oroso so aye interview radio so akase nananum was supported by Baba Galba on the chairman. It sounds like what did you assembly watch it into Susu or bar or Babua. By Nini Moon, interviews winning a course to every year. Bimus was a party for being so bad. Say, Bimu yes, and telephone Shimon and Anubikura Kasa or say, a year, my Michelle watching a grassroots person. Oba Hanche, nay, San Samu Bimu Ek Kano. What is that name? Because my ameno who arrive there to a year. Fencing election directory to constituency into big castle nimuna next in back on your fair. It's a man penny bully dimba next on confirm na a juma is so yibia on bay na MP so kasai MP so kasa was asem we home a yura shaibu mijima na MP so a position a was my Charlotte Omra and Asamano on non kata and say nimpa 14 edu in the core region so when your DC will be there or vetting or no communication officer who my friend Abdul Emmanuel no MP no or support no but of course when to me and national nti ebra national vetting committee ni tena se our friend no ni input a wode buy and say some of them constituency chairman no a ni je ho ono no between na ye adwuma by ni nyina mu no say the candidate are not support no in the first place or region no Abduni wenya regional chairman so wamboni di ama na say omo de ma Charlotte Boache aba on to minimum opinion into on any bay aduma. But near on any bay aduma or kind and our core hospital members to Amano. Now my over do assembly concept now. I'm the Ghana for them bringing and say any partisan. But over I had more. See the need to 2 for more. Elected assembly members 15 no a move 12 MPP affiliated members. Sounds in the movement NDC members. Into government appointees, I don't back on 7
say council Mokrano, almost NDC connection to the found by that means NDC for about 10. As against NPP elected members do any partisan and they are partisan, almost 12. And there's 12 against friends 10, 12 against 10. In this social vote by say NDC for no 10 no crying in our toya, and Gasama Michelle watching, we 10, but we have 5, which means say appointees in elected members 3 no move 5 for crowns also to be piano. The breakdowns as you see, which me I question will be say.
Well, General Manager Manasi, so what you didn't come away about so sad. The development of Asin, in Potemno, Miss Romo, the president decided not by Omon Casanchi Omo, Naya say Potem Puntu with me a conkai. 5
about on the berry press conference for last start used to see MP over Casa. Sounds on a party for the business who are now supporting my Michelle Boachino. Alleged say. Woman, I know with the woman, Senka, and Damian, San with the Kakoya, and I be more issues to say, and Canona man paying so about 1 bottle. Omona, I could show losing bonus, or more alleged, the Oma prove the ama for now, but more alleged, so Mona, and no way, I hear Juma to the Tiamano. You said in Suye, and we answer by and take a better man paying so you're renominating, not the for bar. A Juma Mama, Aswa Bano, almost obey the same thing. I'm an Aswaba. In the moment, the other band is pursuing MC, now regional minister act. Now,
Adiana, what's the meaning of a losing bonus? Losing day?
Bonus, the more alleged losing bonus, which means say about Tono, Eda Basono, or more alleged. In fact, proud to that, and the new members because so, who's a chedia de say, and Brabant, but I chedia de say, oh, into when I chedia, so be say the Amon and I will be as a day, but about on the berry, you know, allegations have been more area as what you been say. Members, you know, winning bonus 5,000, 5,000. They are here, no, say almost 5, say almost confirm, man. But they do so fair chia, be more alleged say higher than 5,000, so among 20 mamma. But for now, Obiam no confirm Zampa, maybe 5,000 maybe, and answer maybe more than the losing bonus, no more alleged be. But the number say no. In the either say almost 5,000 and almost saying yeah the Boros and the Omoko to TIA and also man the Omai, yet that's why the Asu for my ye near the Quanti winning bonus now what can I say the day must say Omon confirm and the losing oh many in Panabay into Monjan Namoko Montuntiano. Empty press conference by and say Omoa a year son or more alleged to be more I losing bonus no matter what here. It is a Cobasa man penny and somebody view no Cobunin Pafu at the bar. Almost also the Petica, a Guacuchia, that losing bonus need to be said by a dimpa, man penny in Abano, almost betrayed into the Babasa original minister because I acted. I see. Municipal
so get us the updates. Nyame adman you know Siamia sure say na bibia set. Alfredamo general manager that's so radio station also any edi juma kama. Nti bebo abaso de biada for your dedication and hard work towards central jumani eda CPR for damo so watimini asimfo su GM onso ni edi juma kese pa o asimfo su a number now the bitimeti omo on ma menhwehwe na memfa ma very important just a minute chum asimfo su FME obi pese otie ma menhwehwe ne sisi ana ansa na makome break no asimfo su FM. Okay, so Radio Fosu 97.1. I'm also afire omutie ewo Asin enclave nimunti. Monkoso or that enclave nima 97.1 obetimi ajebre na wati enche me panel betnase but Santi case main case says slippers and I say sandals. This is one unique opportunity. Obashe slippers, Papa, and sandals, Papa. We a handmade leather slippers and sandals. About luxury and style. in the moment open sa enema menu we no your comfort, your style, and that luxury no Santike slippers ne sandals no ehona so ko petra ko obitima order online santikeonline.com. WhatsApp ne so ye 057 268 3529 and I say visit here Obodai Street New Achibota na wako pebi ato Sintex tank and so yajatum all the time that Sintex tank continues to be the finest tank buau ama wetimi akura ensure apeso okura na ukura no no say adia tank out there gum no very strong and very very tough. If it's about tank, it should be a Sintex tank. And local community bia ura fie BM, ura offices BM Sintex tank and a Didijumo Quanshun. Kusumasa Kyle say Franco Trading Enterprise say Koso Kyle say Nokia Papa, Samsung Papa, iPhone Papa Rinanum, Franco Kyle say Okopo on the Chakwa. Smart TVs ranging from 32 to 100 inches. Franco air conditioners are free. 1.5 horsepower copim, 2.5 horsepower. Sanso Masaka say chest freezers and refrigerators, washing machine, microwave, blender, and a CCTV camera. One bit me abo there a lot of monitoring. It doesn't matter baby or on the side masun kono ede ebo. Franco so no mun kita one official numbers am dem away 0264 22338 and 0555 939311 and 0302 225651 na what you know dinkitown and as you are downloading new Franco trading app no Franco on Google Play Store now for what you know you and as one website www.francotrading.com na what you the Franco for dinkitown Franco on Koso Cows still phone papa fee going for this break but era Kamal Dean Your Excellency above this Africa assalamu alaikum
Omanhene wa alaikum salam
the only unfortunate thing is that for the first time one bring me akoko nama na say emo and it's worrying
we did you are so much right we are right and so me turn am so
completely
me turn am feel also
I forgive you Akwaba Afishapa
but mama mo abaso mojuma no so mo ye no modi mo na no ni bibia normal things are going well.
We need to,
I mean, you people are doing so well.
You perceive discouraging the issue of the tie any enua eshi enam because still Ghana for BGD ni say no my taste.
Oh there be
tie koba no and enua no omidi no my taste.
The health hazard no so no.
You near BSC.
The health hazard.
Very high.
And the senka bro abroche the uncommon protein.
I don't think that EPA4 Jumai because Oko Miami Bia, which I don't want to call out. Oko Miami Bia. Now here in Sua Omode Ejinemo Abuano. Titu Jackson favorite no Willie. So Oko She baby or more no.
When you will it.
No, you're
not.
And now I've
seen it.
Yeah, yes, Peja. Only Papa and Tunechi. Yeah, you cannot.
But of course, some make the argument say you can na hit no degree ben. To what degree? No,
but this argument in no chum any akontaju omuda so to aduane gari wachi any koko el gata one once na ebufa
no. But this is it. It's still an awkward argument, and I think it's not proper because ye nyine no ye koini mo no na normal sesa, and people should know this. If in the beginning Sebi, your ancestors had a way of departing from it, commit my now we have that. Now sophistication aba. Yanya opportunities to be able to depart from inhygienic situations, and unhygienic situations, to seemingly hygienic situations. Why wouldn't we go for that?
We need an enforcement.
No, the thing is so simple. Kosagaton su. Na me mensa pipe in su. And answer I know right. No 1 week, na me so me no me dey one we when yare. But it's that simple.
And just simple. And I'm saying my mouth specifics in your Ghana and
no, the argument say this is once na got that. Let me say okay.
No control baby was if once them. Every second be an opera once sir. And the mouth feels that's the mindset.
It's psychological. It's all psychological. You see, one time a friend was telling me say Oko hospital. 80% of people who come to hospital no more yare. Dudwana onya for paracetamol ni doctor mama painkiller bi. Ono me see mama drop psychological. Many of us know ye nyina enhye da enye in reality what it is. It is what we assume say is the situation. I'm not saying say my uncle my uncle and hwehwemu and your friend saying test and establish be. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that a lot of people who assume say me yare have psychological problems. So cry.
But the other aspect of it is that, for instance, Jefamco, Oko, I'm a change my friend. Oko on my your veterinary doctor, resident doctor.
I've seen all.
But the challenge is that Ubinentry Banaka said Nentry way there, you can't process it. The next minute you find it on the market.
It's too bad. Too bad. And that is why I find solace in buying meat from that angle.
Anyway, there's a lot happening in your party. I see Brian Champon, I see Kennedy Japan, I see Baumia, I see. No, almost I see a discussion. No, and I'm so come on. I don't know whether you are now an operative of the security agency. Oba studio Esha Renewa.
Maybe I'm born a Misha's in your bonnet.
Maybe I should be here. No,
and now who can be a family who does say, I don't play with you.
I don't play entire with you.
Don't trivialize that conversation.
Oh, I'm not.
No.
No,
yeah. Don't
I'm not trivializing it.
It's a very.
Come watch them cry.
Daddy.
Daddy. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante.
Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I
want? Why outdated? I say Fufua Adiachi Sono. Transforming Ghana, changing lives and transforming Ghana.
Changing lives
and transforming Ghana. Yeah, advancing. Omanhene Asante. Ye kwaye nim papa bi omanpanyi kwa.
Omanhene Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Yes. Omanhene Asante.
Battery issue aton kwanta pa ye o enti sese de me power jet battery ambassador me mo na grofo ka kwansoma me jompo o mo de na makamfo power jet battery mo hu se battery mu gwa hodo power jet car battery the Roxin Ventures na ko fa ba o Shalom Sport runabout wo community 18 Sprinters Road from 0208090789 and 0242314774 obenya bi so ashama ko wana so Ochinanti Enterprise afi battery shop bi e wa boso kan kuma se kwa Choba Enterprise, Pampaso, and a battery shop will be our Swami Mazi. Amako Macro Junction, every Kanswa Winneba Junction, Swedro, Magazine, Takwa, the Jasper Bia, Power Jet Battery Day, Power Jet Car Batteries. Oh, put that day.
Deep Pepper Perco, not Deep Perco.
Africa Queen,
Say dear, what's the African Queen mackerel yase papa? Now when on pair the pa, you are what you eat oh. And this a water mackerel I would do near. Now what to papa no preco? African Queen mackerel. The way show we no keke. No pankwa.
Mikunu say, oh sorry ate. Oh see fua, Mr. Honey. Oh say, that means so much say.
Okay. Yes, African Queen mackerel day. Now, one necessary tomato sauce, pepper, and it's a wood year, and the taste the extra. Oh, top papa no prepo. African Queen mackerel. Show it no keke. Now, every year, I didn't have to.
These holidays, you don't need to go far to find the best entertainment. All you need to do is stay connected to DSTV. Pick your moment of fun with the best kids entertainment. Pick the best stories from your favorite series. Pick your moments from the hottest sports because it's your moment to share DSTV with the people you love. Whether you're at home or on the move, make it a holiday to remember. So get and stay connected to DSTV and enjoy every moment.
Me say, Echo Bank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy up in my Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Echo Bank Apple. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who don't you swear you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now my contract announce so say. Never ni na and quadan rocksters. One so chromo pan. What you saying?
The contract and one nimniako. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Aye rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and one can there. As some Ghana for. And
can you say animal dear in so a boy?
And near the Fudiachi, Nankotati bon and net Sundachi. Fre 0544-338041. Say a metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Fre rocksters, no one chowing to
Ghana Fui Franco. Esa the electrical appliances for Frabe Joshua. Washing machines, Asian women, Yopo, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. I be you know that. Seba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the account, anyone says you see now. Franco, in Albania, the papa, ne water foam say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, SLSO tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and chain in a mahoden cry. Franco, Kwabena be a benwo, name of head office, a wada braka, one in Roxy Cinema, ne dear friend 0246 422 338 in a 055-5939-311. Franco, electrical appliances, papa, if he.
These holidays, you don't need to go far to find the best entertainment. All you need to do is stay connected to DSTV. Pick your moment of fun with the best kids entertainment. Pick the best stories from your favorite series. Pick your moments from the hottest sports because it's your moment to share DSTV with the people you love. Whether you're at home or on the move, make it a holiday to remember. So get and stay connected to DSTV and enjoy every moment.
Intimi Kwame Bampo Penny Market ya enye insuta na yesta ibisano Anton Swa Bobu Esanse me bucket ya miensape mini thank you emu dumfo bia dumme wabombo sia se me nkope tank into na drain tank na meta me high Syntax tank drain na echepa Syntax tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre Syntax tank na face so oni me favorite color no tank ben ne bit me ayama me Syntax tank obia se Syntax tank case close triple tank hwede atro eye SINTEX Syntax tank na eni na bebie Syntax tank eye strong eye tough
Afi, I don't call it Saturday Jayo. Dear Manasu say,
Adum FM, Asempa FM, Adum TV, the Adum Kwabena 2025 for Brow. I am back-to-back non-stop entertainment. Adum Kwabena 2025. Yes, Thursday 17th April. Yeah, the first stop. I am Lentato. Punsu dancing. And I am Kwabena. Take a Korean video about the work and happiness. And your few concert programs and Abra. The live band the Tiatua Boswatola. Now, dear Chief, 18th February. Jabba from a porno. Yet your few concert. And Adum Kasiaba live from Adum Park or Bombay. Adum Park. Yet your theater must for concert. What's a theater must for concert. Powered by Guinness. Rabatas the performances are holding. Face Saturday 19th April. Yenya Dajio. Anopono. Yabaya some perform co-Easter games. Our quota for Honor Kono de Prim for football. I mean, who is who? Nana Numero. Yechimichi Anatomy 5,000. The Mega Street Bash. Yekukuru stage Bambala Pass Yadompa. Boswama Diachwe. Performing live on stage. I am Top Nation. Your surprises may be out. How top musicians with the KO7. For the guys and the break can perform 80 dances. Kasahari soldiers Sese powered by Guinness. Adum Kwabena 2025. Follow your way social media platforms are hot on the show. Would you also call in live? Hashtag Adum Kwabena. Nimakwasu Yasne. Guinness. Black Science Brightest. Allergy Vision Eye Clinic. Or Chiaba Powder. Jojo Lemon Vodka. Fortune Spread. Franco Trading Enterprise. Linda Door Rest Stop. Edec powered by SMB Test. Coronation Insurance. Adum Kwabena 2025.
Me say, Ecobank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy up in my check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan MP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Kanino, na kwanya mefa so age sika frɛ amanone no. Eja me adwendwen pii. Na afei mpo menye me yonko bi nni biom sɛ, ampa wa mane me sika.
Me nso me bisa me yonko bi, na ɔka kyerɛ me sɛ, na ne yere nso saa, kosi sɛ ɔhyɛ ase agye amanone sika fa CBG.
Oyiwa, CBG na me gye amanone sika o. Ɛyɛ simple. Menye ne ntem, wonte o sika bia na bambɔ nso wɔ ho. Anokwa, asetene mo ayɛ kama.
And found the baby our dog for Wiasimu and Mamu Temu Wari. Consolidated Bank Ghana for money transfer services no. Ube to me Jessica every manone in terms of our how be animu. Say a MoneyGram, Western Union, Pay Angel, Transfast, Unity Link, RIA, Remit, Funes, Tap Send, Ana Therapy, Jiwaman Onisikano, Abrini Abribian Temso, was CBG Kwabata Bia Benwo, Akwababa Hotumu. CBG, we stand with you.
For free. Provident Insurance Bama Quentway or Dasa. If January you could see March 2025. What the insurance one some shop Provident Insurance and sa. Some will renew and now we have for Kwabena Chadiapi. Emofua coupons and the Providence of the next Papa B. And you will tell you. One and WhatsApp assistant or buy and chat is here. 024-242-6396. Also to out over to me Swakwa 15 branches. Ya to a particular and a mobile. Over to me Sunny brokers and I agents in the mobile this our Janami and Sunny na Provident Insurance as some Ghana man from Power Maconia Pati Wabambo Massa special for you for Kaisa Chaka
with Provident Land.
Emma, what are you watching?
Only the best thing ever. Because these holidays, the joy never stops. Picture this. The home is filled with low moments.
Oh, yeah,
and intense drama from local shows. The docus are just mind-blowing. And man, oh man, is the sports off the chain. I'm talking Serie A, Premier League, UEFA Europa League, FA Cup, and even WWE.
I could do this all day.
Even the kids are hooked up with adventures and fun learning. And the reality you don't want to miss. So stay connected to entertainment anywhere with GoTV Stream or enjoy it at home these holidays. GoTV, love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba, welcome to Asante, your #1 male and female quality leather slippers and sandals blog. Looking for something unique? We have a carefully crafted wide variety of designs you won't find anywhere else.
Wow, Asante!
Feel the difference with our finest materials and attention to detail from our team of skilled artisans, ensuring that every pair is made to your specification. Give to yourself or a loved one with our handmade leather slippers and sandals. Not just a luxury, but an investment in your comfort and style. Irene Pankasa, Nanswade Panatone. Order yours online now at santekonline.com. You can call or WhatsApp us on 057-268-3529. We are located at Obodoy Street, New Achimota, Asante. We bring luxury.
When it's your answer, download the 1xBet app no Google Play Store and our App Store. Nefia se dinkunim enya. Agodia eye nijem pimpim chen. Fago no watinkan. Ene will lack no bra 1xBet so. Use promo code APPR. Na fa bonus no chebi. 1xBet. Agro ni tintin buying. Gambling when you true. Inti chanu wa she ye. Enya ma wa when dim fie do watch. Gaming Commission agent kratu yatu.
Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Well, we are back. 38 minutes after 4. Asempa Ekosiisen Jumediano na guswa uti no. Mama nase oswa onye eko eba. Medical ka Franco once much make us in pain for ba malaria de utu asie prekopa tabia na udi tu asie. Tabia herbal mixture udi tu malaria na se prekope na abo ama sa e how na free honum. Afei se obigina brand se be man so tabia takum eno so honum enye ensa ye de ewo ane mabi na akasi ani 100% organic. Now if you want boost your immune system no with Tabia Zone Care. Tabia Zone Care and immune booster. Now they did you man. The crack no so you metima Tabia herbal capsules and also not the digimo kwansum kusufre. One was 0243686861 and that's 0245 749206 no timino on Eddie a year inkita home. Lamte Rashid, Omanhene, I wish I will be contesting for the assembly elections because it has become an avenue to fetch money. Lamte Rashid, you want to contest? It's been an avenue for money making. And then more so more in this, I cut the last batch. Munya butre ambassadors or 3 ministers, 4 ministers. Munya butre ebe more in this munya butre na munya. On this occasion, I mentioned in down for Paul Di Soso. Wabre Baba Jamal Wabre. So the list is on. Yeah, the list is on. So Paul is also atokwamna Baba Felix most MPP no US of A and Mr. President Muhammad Jibre and then all the guys there chairman Kwansun Kusukra Agbesi Nutrise even though I agree 100% our security services must be spending their energy on important stuff, the explanations being given by Enoka Foka on the call is laughable. Please tell him I said Onya Sa Agrono. That's Agbesi Nutri ono so de de afem lawyer Adomako Benfi ono so de ne de aba lawyer Adomako Benfi say I mean lawyer say politicians are like chameleons in the marketplace, changing colors with the crowd. In opposition, they sing the songs of unity, but in power, they dance to discord. They preach virtue with empty bowls, then feast on corruption when the pot is full. In the shadow of elections, they promise heaven, but in the seat of power, they blame hell. They call the people good when begging for votes, but curse them when held to account. The elders say a man who cannot be true to himself cannot lead others with truth. Until the politicians learn self-honesty, the people's trust will always be broken. Will always be a broken calabash. Yawa Domako Befi and also the way the Abba and Dr. Ahin Swabre, I see. And this one says, hey, Fred Agbanyo, sir, Deputy Minister Akabiwo, Anambwa. Akafo. Okay, back on it here. Boku West here. Deputy.
Mati said they're jostling for it.
No, it's not. But and yet we don't say what you go na odi sa animachi. We want to obi ma so afi no aba. Tie pade na. On top of the realities. And also or you're bad from going beyond a certain line. His Excellency Kamadi. You be called because he said that Baba was a restriction that's over. It your cocoa pin baby. Fred Agbanyo. Fred Agbanyo. Master planner say, okay, so the NIB should get serious in this country. The harassment is too much. Can we comment briefly on this rest well issue? Can we? MPP Nina. I think what follows that story? Rest well, and then you are in court. Initially, we're in the.
He's been arraigned.
Oh, he's been given bail.
No, has he been arraigned?
Yeah. Today, and I think Adenta Circuit Court also. Yeah.
I think maybe the charge was for publishing false information.
Exactly.
I think
rest well.
I mean,
Benghazi, if I rest well, I
saw the way, and I don't think we should be republishing that unfortunate, publication.
You call it unfortunate?
No, it's highly unfortunate. Look, among yourself, how can you are wishing the woman dead?
No.
He explained. Unfortunately, let's not sound
well.
No.
Maybe rest well. And now, have you seen the emojis?
That's.
But that's another contention.
No, relax. You see, Sebi. I went to one of the best secondary schools. We have even produced the president, and I'm very proud to be an old Ganaskan. Miko school papa, but there are some expressions. You can't say may use expressions, but the interpretation lies in the individual meanings of the individual words. You can't say rest means you are home. Well, you are home ye.
Okay, I think quickly, that's what I was saying. Rest well is a polite and friendly way of wishing someone a good night's sleep or a period of relaxation. It's a common expression used before someone goes to bed or is taking a break, implying a desire for them to get a good and restful time.
Absolutely.
It can also be used to wish someone a good recovery after an illness or surgery. Yeah, of course.
That's all it means.
Yeah.
So when somebody passes, and I'll say, rest well. And who's where?
I don't know, and yet rest in peace.
No rest. Yet you can rest well.
Okay, rest well.
Yes.
The year.
Yes.
Yeah. But the year in a cancer something just say Odipane Frimungo and wishing the year.
No. You see, if you are wishing somebody speedy recovery, and the emoji that follows betrays the very interpretation you are seeking to give.
The lawyer also say
it doesn't.
My bro.
It doesn't.
So this is it. I read my bro.
Na wusu. Why we na wusu?
Auntie, na dem bread. Wow, Facebook. That thing.
No, I say why
everyone should be doing the case here now.
Oh well, maybe.
That's my only difficulty.
Because next month they are coming back. If it's gone to the AG for advice.
We're not saying he's guilty or not, but I'm just saying. I was premising it.
Okay.
Preamble and I'm saying me said. Look, the last thing I would ever use to do politics, it would be look, and it doesn't matter whether a politics or any politics. Wishing anybody dead is the last thing anybody should want to do. Nipano, so ya watamfu krana. Look, obi anyone in Nijuhu. Na ya manyo seminar, you know, I think it's just unfortunate.
Equalization.
What is that to equalize?
No, say, Bribia done ye progressing ye difficult for us because and then many questions in this uncommon. Say I need a honswa and be another chapter or through behind us and then maybe one of my sebi uncle ya. Now the other you better reference here to the weaknesses and those lapses are. I think Ukraine moving forward. They say make references in this country where previous presidents and people of influence, both sides, you know, are punishing through this means so heartbreaking. And your papa, you have a lot to talk about. You have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, that's true.
The media now may suggest to say, are we able to close those chapters and start telling ourselves that this is not it? It doesn't wash.
No, the reason why we are unable to do that is we keep rewarding people who, you know, are guilty of some of these things. I can't him. And even say, me, if I am an MPP member, now one of us does this, I will not hold grief for him. What has here? I would say it as it is. Until I'm growing baby in Shadam film, you know. Me, I would say it as it is. It doesn't matter. There's no political capital to be gained from this.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Please.
That you wish somebody.
No, that's your conclusion. No, that is your conclusion.
Well, and unfortunately, it coincides with the conclusion of the security agencies. What has here?
Even DSTV conclusion.
In a way.
You just said that's my conclusion.
That's what they.
I'm just expressing an opinion.
Okay.
And I'm saying, say, bro, for Kasa way. Why? We crowd we've used that expression.
No.
So be a film. Now you
No.
I
don't say that. I disagree.
Who doesn't say it? I've said it. If you haven't said it, that's you. But I've said it.
Okay.
And the implication of that was, like you said, the year, like 90 year, whatever you know, you want you have you.
The year is different from 90 year.
No, but the impression and the implication is the same. Say, may the person go well,
sleep well.
Yeah, sleep well. What you say? No, say
that's the year also means say Onipana.
Debbie. The year can also connote say Onipana so.
Exactly. So it depends on the context now.
And then so the context and Amiki, so me see the year. Like me know, I've come to you as a friend. You didn't come with me.
Now party anymore.
Now I send you a text. Come now.
The you.
Now me the a swim emoji. Won't you call me back?
No. Debbie, who's a mature lawyer and say?
No, me. Why are you speaking for?
No, you say come now. Who answer?
But there was a lawyer and say, emojis near under contention because of more argument in the business. Obi to me, Charlie.
Hey, Omanhene show you.
On the tell me, say, this is what I've been told.
No, me so that's you are too stressed.
Yeah, and I said, what bread? Yeah, home in corner call. Go and rest.
Let me soon.
Emojis need to be too soon.
And that's Bengazi.
Debbie,
Safa didn't
and no one now betray the economy as soon as for
no emoji. Crying emoji is crying emoji.
So crying emoji means the person is dead.
No, it doesn't mean so. It has so many meanings. If you wish me well.
Why on platforms you see emojis they be?
You see, this is a problem.
Comment now the crying emoji about just.
If it's a sad situation.
So it's different.
Absolutely. If it's a sad situation, that's when you bring crying emojis.
So I would come in from that angle.
So then you come in. You come in out.
Debbie lawyer Enoch Afuakwa.
On a Zaku client. Oh my media messenger and I said in situations like this. And no more court me follow you. Your man 100,000 bail.
100,000
Ghana, yeah, bail. situations like this, without prejudicing anything, may a lawyer now may call for mitigation. Now what plead for clemency, because some rana one gets an interview lawyer now. Okra say we actually now or say emoji no ultimately one say good thing here. You were laughing after the interview because you don't go legalistic on matters of this nature because obine gina court no. Okay,
is a face of the person.
Then some more kai. Na anwe de chanye Stephen to be gakai.
Yeah.
But say ni pa me don't na copy court one.
They are different.
The former attorney general.
Yes.
Ayi of so call for mitigation, pleading for clemency. Say John ya ni 3D mu. To be ga dia na ye hu ni say less offensive. The lawyer call legalistic so or jail. Intermediate the messenger and say no.
What is not fair?
I don't think so. I mean, judges are human.
This
is and that issue will be dependent on how you go about it. Okay. So aside and say emoji way, and can rest well. Actually, say engine at home ye. So if the judge sees it differently, then somebody
because it's the mind of the judge that matters.
Yes,
in this case, is the view of the judge that matters.
I mean,
and mimic oh say obisa assembly and then person me the say at what point will this cycle end? And I make say it will end when we begin to disavow yen crop for omuye ne mfata. But you see, lawyer no dey obeka na so can because he needs to fight for his client. But if you are sitting here as a political activist and a politician, lawyer no dey o na adwuma so here. The instructions from his client is say make sure I don't go to jail and I am not fined. What must say? Until onu ni obeka bia different. But what we amanyo ni no and concerned about the fact that we keep repeating these things about now we say enkanino we su ye until you equalize it, then the cycle continues. We need to break it at some point, and the way I bet me are breaking in say we should be bold enough to tell them the truth. Well, what is here? Okay. Because now we've tried to find justifications. It will continue to be like that.
Okay, so Honorable Fred Agbonyo say a boy in the UK, USA, or any other or some parts of the world can tell his father, "Daddy, don't be silly."
Yeah.
Can you say same to your father
will be
in
offensive
Ghana?
Here.
Let us lift the bar.
Yeah.
That's
is it Omanhene?
Who shall be trying? Rest well natural.
In all situations.
Oh, but don't conclude like that. Maybe I can.
In all situations.
Rest well.
You see,
to believe in what? No, or try for one tro.
Yes.
And me bisa say,
you just read the definition.
And I'm bisano. Until rest well. Does it also mean say obi wa now? No me.
Plethora of definitions.
If you are my obi, Danaga say unrest in peace. Something rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Honorable Bismarck,
would you accept that?
No,
would
you accept that? Would define the rest well?
Okay, so
rest in peace. Would you accept that?
Yes. I will not. Rest in peace. I will not accept that.
Rest well.
I need to rest well.
This attempt.
Rest well. If I say on Facebook,
let's be fair. This attempt to sit down and then read someone's intent and draw a conclusion bad.
Why am I a room for that reading?
No, I'm coming. And
move from just the rest well. Now the argument continues to be the emojis.
I will also touch on the emojis as well. First of all, emojis. 19 and bisa question. Say emojis. Even on our platforms, obetimi trouble be out of say why sad and emotion at that time. No, then you indicate with an emoji, which emoji could even be with tears. somebody will interpret that to mean say nipa na ewunti na wodi tie. Meanwhile, that comment, excuse me with all respect, that comment, that comment has nothing to do with that. You see, the question I want to ask: was there in fact a communication say?
Okolive.
Yeah, mami, Restiana.
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a statement?
That's correct.
And they oh, please, I know. No.
ChatGPT.
No,
emoji.
Please. Was there? Was there in fact, say, Omanhene, there was a statement from government?
Of course,
our mother was. After
he's taking a break,
and the usage of the word rest, was it there?
Yeah.
If it was there, then I decide to say, of course, I am not justifying what he did. Because, like I said, no, Obia to definitions. And that's why in court, Obia, first of all, they will establish the intent. They will establish what he has done. Look at the elements that may constitute charge. And sana yabu no eden. For say, why a mistake, and I say, only a mistake. So, point I'm making is say, what is his crime? Watcho rest well. And I'm asking, what's the foundation? Has there been a communication out there said the vice president was going on leave to rest? And he says, my intention was that I heard about she going to rest. So I am writing, say, rest well, your excellency. Then you go further to say, okay, I saw emojis. Rest well if you have defined it. I've seen emojis indicate to say obisu. Then I ask the question. When someone is tired, when someone is a bit, say, my bread, my age, my bread, is he in happy state? No. The person is also sad. Can I use such an emoji to connote? Excuse me. Oh no, that is your thinking. Can I use that emoji? I am trying to say I can also use it. So point is that, you see, Omanhene, we are not justifying wrongdoings on our social media platforms. We are not justifying certain communications. Because look, Yepayempo Omanpenyin John Dramani Mahama is the President of the Republic of Ghana, and he must be accorded that respect by all citizens. The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Yemame, Professor Jane Opoko Ajimai, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and must be respected and accorded that respect by all. And normal yebeye ebe bu omunitia and ebe bring omu down. I do not support it in any way. However, Omanhene, nobody, when you read Article 19 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, which establishes how criminal proceedings ought to go, and add to the written law, criminal on offences procedure act, take that one too, and you will realize that Omanhene, it is not easy to establish a culpability in terms of criminal proceedings at all. So let's not sit down. I'm not a lawyer, but of course lawyers have been able to tell us. But what now, I'm just concluding. Judgment is say, look, court of public opinion matters. You will say this, and you don't know who is listening. You will say this, and it might sound even prejudicial to the case. And of course, the person might have done something, or might have written, or what defenses are now. That is he and his lawyer. But how do I see is my defenses is that nobody should be condemned. That's why presumption of innocence is there clearly in Article 19.2. Clearly. So I will not sit on this radio to try to say that person is completely culpable on the matter until well established. But my view is that, can I write rest well? Yes. Was the woman going to rest? Yes. Was that my intention? That is my intention. Finito. What I say?
Just for the edification of ourselves and the listeners.
Just some releases in Pacho. We need a Mijawa in Bekosa.
No, it's for our
Let's hold on. Let's hold on. Let's hold on. So we've had some conversation, but that's also another unfair means of talking to us through another dialector.
No. It's a Ghanaian language. Who pass you? Another. We your service or brother. Where is your problem?
Lawan, you mention Lawan.
Lawan is not similar.
But how do you go and speak another language?
No, what did I say? Ghanaian language.
Oh, so have I said Ghanaian language?
So what's your problem?
Say one the Bakoba. No, restaurant no problem. When there's a Ghanaian language,
we are speaking a different dialect. I said we are speaking a Togolese dialect. It's a Ghanaian dialect. Besides, what did we say? Then I'll interpret.
Okay, so there's a release from in Koma dinner. There's an update on this Diamond Mining Lease Extension. It just came in. It just came in. This is Goldfish provides an update on the Diamond Mining Lease Extension. It's Johannesburg, 14th April 2025. Goldfish Limited, Goldfish Limited, and JSENYECGF disclosed in our 2024 Integrated Annual Report that we had applied for an extension of the Diamond Main Mining Lease, the lease extension application, in December 2024. The company has subsequently, however, received notification from the Minerals Commission of Ghana that the application was rejected. Goldfields has engaged extensively with the relevant authorities since receiving the rejection notice to confirm that its lease extension application has fulfilled all the statutory requirements for such extension. The government has instructed Goldfields to cease operations and vacate the lease area by the 18th of April on expiry of the lease. Goldfields is therefore preparing to safely and responsibly cease operations and ensure the safety and security of our people and high-risk operations. The company continues to seek ongoing engagement with the government to secure the best outcome for all stakeholders. These developments at Daman do not affect operations at Takwa, which remain ongoing. Goldfields will update the market of any material developments as their matter evolves. So that's the latest update on Diabre. And this one also gets through from the Gold Board. It's another one getting through here. Quickly, Patrick, you pay attention, then we can just enter into our conversations. So the general public is respectfully informed that pursuant to the Ghana Gold Board Act, Act 1140-2025, passed by Parliament on 29th March 2025 and assented to by the President of the Republic on 2nd April 2025, all licenses issued by the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, PMMC, and or the minister responsible for mines to a person other than a large-scale mining company to deal in gold have ceased to be valid.
Yeah, that is it.
The Gold Board to what? The Gold Board is currently the sole buyer, seller, assayer, and exporter of all gold produced by the licensed artisanal and small-scale mining sector. 3. As such, no person other than the Ghana Gold Board is permitted to export ASM gold from Ghana. Also, no person other than Gold Board or a licensed buyer or aggregator or service provider of the Gold Board is permitted to purchase or deal in gold in the country.
But there are fundamental questions.
However, to ensure a smooth transition and respect for existing contractual obligations between licensed gold buyers and their off-takers, the Ghana Gold Board has resolved to allow for gold purchases and exports by persons holding appropriate licenses issued to them by the PMMC and or the minister responsible for mines until 30th April 2025. For the time being, all licensed persons or entities buying gold from the local market must do so in Ghana cedis and at a price calculated based on the Bank of Ghana reference rate published on www.bog.gov.gh. Any Ghanaian or a fully owned Ghanaian company whose license has ceased to be valid and or any Ghanaians who is desirous of dealing in gold is encouraged to apply for licenses under the Gold Board Act, Act 1140-2025, effective Tuesday, 22nd April 2025. And they end it up. An application for Gold Board licenses may be done online via the website of Gold Board to be activated and published on the effective date for license applications, 22nd April 2025, or physically at the Gold Board Licensing and Regulations Office located at our head office in Accra. All foreigners are hereby notified to exit the local gold trading market not later than 30th April 2025. A foreigner may, however, apply to the Gold Board to buy or offtake gold directly from the Gold Board. It is worthy of note that it shall constitute a punishable offense for a person to purchase or deal in gold in the country without license issued by the Ghana Gold Board, effective 1st May 2025, and is signed Prince Kwame Minka, Media Relations Officer, Gold Board. And our science secretary. Oh, wow.
Omanhene, you know my prayer on this matter. I pray that first of all, the existing laws which were in tandem with the purchases of gold, licensing of gold buyers, and all that.
So by passing that,
yes,
it takes off all the existing laws.
No. So you need to amend existing laws.
Yeah, they've been amended by passing this. They've been amended.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
They've been voided and repealed, or they've been repealed.
By the new act.
If those laws have been repealed, then of course what they say is right.
Yeah.
I have no problem.
As for the conflict of
My
laws,
only fear
they've
is
dealt
that
with it quite.
But the point is that listen to this.
There are issues there, but
issues no more.
There are issues, but
if you have repealed and you are giving the person up to 30th order, under what authority again? Are they buying the gold? Simply, if it has been repealed and that it means that the license you are holding is just common paper.
So PMC
so come back
will
to
still
us.
be in existence.
Yes, of course.
No.
PMC
is
now.
That's the gold board.
So
gold board takes over.
Extended,
takes over.
A unit under gold board.
And up to the 30th April statement, and it say as we speak, by the new act. Licensed people be or money be more transaction or more to go in the process of exporting them. So the way a period given for everyone to tidy up. So by 30th, and those who want the license from 22nd, you go in and you get a new license. So to give time for players in the industry to tidy up, wind down, and go into the new regime. Right, so that is what it is all about.
That's fine.
And on mine, to be very honest, we share a Juma Samejem Fini Timaye the last 2 months. In fact, Gold Board bill about Parliament, I sat through. In fact, it was a thorough bill. Now a Juma Parliament here was a bill, especially on that 29th. Do you know, sir? We sat 3:19 a.m. 3:19 a.m. And I do answer yet to me. But look at when look at time. Look at time. Sabi Jemfi was appointed, and within 2 months.
No, there's a special attention to that.
Attention and
the budget allocation. Clearly, it's a special attention.
But of course,
it's a special initiative.
It takes a hard-working person.
Like
to have done this.
Legal drafters.
The consultation, the to me passes our bill, no. Consultations are now broader consultations, and in fact, the Gold Board. I mean, under the leadership of Sami Jemfi, the team, and they are moving so fast. CCA board in place. I mean, staff, BBA, Koswa. From 1st May, you see a lot of action, and there are things that this is going to be a game changer. And on my way, yes, I repeat it. If you look at it,
BBA a game changer for politicians.
Sami, on my say, yet your man you move. Now small scale artisanal, yet to me export to over $4.55 billion from the small scale artisanal at the core amanone dollar no kwa greater part and saying na ya yen hye say o man no na to goes no to say the man to koko na yakwaje say sika no say 4 billion ye de abo man no e ba the import of it, and it's a one, a foreign exchange, you be stabilize it, you see, no. Because IMF the year on my year 2 million Kwabena the on my 3 billion I be cry the 3 years they disburse you and yet 3 billion a be gum at a go. Be 600 million be guma who's a stabilize your currency no. Enti wahwe a buying policies the war policies ni na ye geared towards say you be stabilize your city economy no ehun be ye den enu nti na no pa na ye ka feed Ghana food import in excess of $2 billion yet to me yeah poultry and nkete na reduce importation of poultry product yeah rice production yeah reduce importation of rice tomato 400 million yeah free Burkina ba yeah reduce ni nyina sa dollar na foreign exchange na yeah the import ba no will stay here boost the city and the economy will be very strong.
So 2 game changes. Feed Ghana and the gold board.
I mean, you
our relationship with planting for food and jobs.
Oh my, they are two distinct, two totally distinct.
So planting for food and jobs.
Okay, so PFG and it seemed like feed Ghana.
Did you go into it at all?
Yeah.
What's your conclusion? Why do you
even jump with that?
What's your conclusion?
Oh, very good.
Of course.
What I want to be all the back.
Of course. It has to do to find out why you say it wasn't.
And then what a young Fabia now. That's just what I asked.
Let me just tell him. If you want to know that,
let me clearly. Let me clearly state. After
between the period was
exactly.
Is that simple? You see, is that simple?
Even if you want to know, I deliberately asked this question because I had so much interest in all the agric districts in this country, especially the northern part, and what impact planting for food and jobs had in terms of the food aspect.
So you see,
let's look at it.
Gold board home fashion yen we answer. Who can say a game changer? And I'm saying, mu use game changers. The gold board no. They say in the PMMC abe subset of gold board no. And as a new
the functions no na part of it with some
gold board.
Initially,
and in fact, the gold board
by the minister
also has another function or more best support to sustainable mining.
Okay.
Small scale said the beya galamsey ni normal air kosomo e be free ho because obviously the biggest source of gold board the gold are obeto artisanal and small scale. Of course, the large scale miners they have their different arrangement. They are not obliged to sell to gold board by the existing agreement.
They are supposed to sell to.
But of course, omo de kwama on the Kurana, there is a percentage of the amount, about 70% has to be reinvested into the country. That arrangement is there. But gold board predominantly will be sourcing from artisanal and small scale miners. Now, no, one. CCA, most of people who are here business, gold business, will hire for Indians and other nationals. With the passage of this act, after 31st, foreign BN who is part of the release. Honor say now Udru Honor Ojam. We're part of from 30th April. Foreign BN who are ube to me ato good directly. Ewo manyimu upe good ato. We a foreigner you go to gold board to buy. But won't to me your license to be buying. So what that means in this is going to create jobs. Enti uye Indian, uye Chinese, uye American na upese uto gold. You need a Ghanaian counterpart. Who this can be brain no at gold, no.
But that's always been the law.
No. Let me. Or 2 years or no so I say
I give it to gold board.
I got to gold board. No, I say almost so.
To be a gold board.
Be everything. So what to gold do we know? And the good thing I say, you buy the gold in CDs, sell to gold board in CDs, and gold board will export it and collect dollars.
Okay.
80 pricing of gold ni bibia my reference point rate. If it is equivalent to say $10, you cannot pay $10. You look at the Bank of Ghana rate. That is how this business is going to go.
So maybe let's sum up simple. The gold board now, sole buyer, seller, assayer, and exporter of all gold produced by artisanal small-scale miners in Ghana.
And that's going to create jobs for young Ghanaians. See, I have a license at all. Many percent be too good. I will go and put my documents, get license, and gold board on Anka Sanso. A buyer man seed money, $279 million here. No. And so Baby Guma, they will give it to suppliers or mobile suppliers support them. To say the syndicated loan, they buy cocoa, they eton, and also bois. And it's going to create jobs to boosting the CD. And I think
okay,
it is going to be
Honorable Stuttgart, Mofancheme, because of many relations.
Oh, yeah,
Honorable Dixon Tre, Jinashuaha, I think Mpamumu Yen Chesa right up. You are Prince Hamid Ama, former member of Parliament. Oh, my Nyabutre, said, was your throne your mat on over to Mr. Netin right up. And Sana, why was so just about gold board? Yeah, gold board. So, gold board is not a reform, it's recolonization. Here is why. Effective 1st May 2025, no one, not even licensed aggregators, can buy or export gold in Ghana unless cleared by a single state agency, gold board. Foreigners must exit the local gold market entirely by 30th April. Anyone trading outside this new regime faces criminal sanctions. This is not policy. It is a state monopoly in disguise. And it flies in the face of it's not like this is not a policy, it is a state monopoly in disguise, and it flies in the face of everything our constitution and trade framework stand for: a liberal economy, free private enterprise, and investor confidence. Since when did we become a command economy? Some may point to Cocoa Board as precedent, but let us be clear: cocoa and gold are not the same. Cocoa Board exists to stabilize farmer incomes, not to criminalize market participation. It works with private license buying companies, not against them. Cocoa Board does not eliminate players from the value chain. It regulates and empowers them. Gold Board, on the other hand, seeks to centralize buying, selling, licensing, and export under one roof, and threatens jail time for anyone who trades outside its control. As someone trained in economic policy and governance, I know that it is not regulation. That is state capture of a commodity market. Centralizing the buying, selling, assaying, and exporting of gold under a single state entity undermines competition, deters foreign capital, and places dangerous discretion in the hands of political appointees. It echoes the very mistakes that collapsed cocoa licenses in the 1970s and sent capital fleeing. And what do we gain? A rushed 8-day transition period, a vague and untested licensing processes, the criminalization of businesses that were legally operating just yesterday. We are not against reform. We are against reform that is status, opaque, and economically regressive. You cannot, on one hand, tout Ghana as an investment destination, and on the other, criminalize legitimate market participation overnight. Our gold market needs regulation, not recolonization by the state. This policy must be urgently reviewed before it causes more harm than the smuggling it seeks to stop. It says, for God and country, former Member of Parliament, Prince Hamid Ama.
Let me quickly rebut this. Is totally misleading. Say foreigners cannot participate in the good business. No, the only change, and it's that foreigners cannot export the gold themselves. So all what they were doing, everything, if you want to participate, everybody can participate, just like the gold one. And you know, people cannot invest in the gold sector people cannot invest in the gold business. You can do all. The only thing that the gold board seeks to do, they say gold are a few small scale artisanal foreigners or Ghanaians cannot themselves export directly, just like go cocoa ayekan omai uti cocoa betumi aka say cocoa no udi cocoa divu akoton because e ho na price war udi cross kwa a criminal offense that you will be jailed. In the same vein, say gold board ya nhehye say you can participate, you can trade, you can do whatever, but you need to be licensed. 2, you cannot export directly on your own. Ain't nothing has changed. So if you decide, say you export, now you criminalize that part. Cocoa exporting on your own is criminalized. In the same vein, this is going to strangulate the gold business. It is rather going to open a lot of avenues for players in the industry.
But you should understand on Obuche.
Hey, when you are in government, that forms.
In fact, we went through the bill before it became the act, line by line, clause by clause, and sought for detailed explanation.
By letter, and they had a bad law.
So
not just line by line.
That school of thought where
people are going by
parliamentarians when
that school of thought has a colonization and very myopic, in terms of gold. Do you agree?
I think it's more about a stringent regulation, which has fundamental issues. And Mazda works in this area quite effectively, so I have some ideas about this enterprise. Nedikai, you see, what we would have thought, and look, this is fundamental and basic economics. Ask anybody. Monopoly is ineffective. It's not efficient. It's inefficient. Anytime there is a monopoly, it leads to inefficiency. It's basic. And look, cocoa board monopolizing the cocoa sector, we all see the results. What is here? And if this is the model we want to replicate in the management of the resource, which is our biggest foreign earner, look, since time immemorial, the only time cocoa overtook gold was in 2004. Gold has always been our biggest foreign exchange earner. What is here? In fact, small scale mining, I have some data from 2013 to 2024, to the extent that now small scale mining, the contribution of small scale mining to the total gold output is even beating the contribution of cocoa to our foreign exchange. What is here? And gold is look, it is our number one resource. Until now, I have difficulty. It may be well intentioned, but there are fundamental issues. Having a monopoly in the purchase and export of gold, for me, there were issues. Look, we are seeking one of the reasons are advancing for monopolizing the gold trade. It will help in the control of smuggling, but the reverse effect is what we might experience here. Because with the monopoly, what they do is that there is no price competition. Whatever gold board gives is a guaranteed price. You either take it or you leave it. And wherever you have guaranteed pricing, whether it's price ceiling or floor pricing, what happens is it affects producer welfare. And when a producer, and I'm talking about gold miners, if they realize Sika Mudi Mayen for the produce and for the gold we are producing, compared to world market prices and now what we can get elsewhere, they are motivated to smuggle. And I say that even without gold board, even having liberalized the sector, Togo doesn't produce even an ounce of gold. But in 2023, early 2024, do you know how much gold they exported? In 2023, Togo exported 1.3 billion worth of gold. 1.3 billion US dollars worth of gold. Gold never. And if you look at the data of their imports of gold, they imported only 300 million from Niger, and that's their biggest exporter of gold to Togo. And the difference now can certainly is Ghana. And if you read America, more geological survey reports, annual country reports every year, produce, they will tell you, right from the 1990s, our gold finds its way into Togo through smuggling. And this is like in the situation where the market is liberalized, though. But says here, we now have a situation where they are going to be dealing with guaranteed prices. One year, another motivation to smuggle might even rise. I mean, Kaz said that is what is going to happen, but there is that possibility. Again, me and I listened to the CEO of Goldboard, and the acting CEO, so to say. Oka said the exporters na omega na fono. And yes, sir, omejuma beshiro mo prekope. They are going to convert them into aggregators and second tier buyers and all that. I would have thought, sir, to deal with the problem of foreigners doing the export, why don't you? It's easy to amend the law to say, sir, look, gold exports should be done strictly by Ghanaians, and that probably would have dealt with two things. And he said the export business would be in the hands of Ghanaians, and you would avoid the situation of a monopoly. But where they are, my expectation is we need to invest a lot more in trying to curb smuggling.
Yeah,
that is going to be fundamental. Otherwise, look, this will become worse than Yakan is saying, Kuku. And once this doesn't go right, Kahun say, like as gold is our lifeline. Gold is our lifeline. And if it goes wrong, our economy will be in crisis. Already, we can't access capital markets. And to say, the intention is Gold Board will make sure we increase our gold exports and get as much foreign exchange as possible, stabilize the currency and all the incidental benefits. But I'm sure there is going to be a great deal of leakage, and the amounts we are anticipating to export, and this is a volume business. Gold trade, the emphasis depends on the volume and the value. Now, the value is exogenous. You don't determine the price of gold, and it's not in the domain of Ghana to determine. But the volumes you have control over. And smuggling, we might lose the volumes. And once you lose the volumes, it affects how much you are going to receive. And you call smuggling, like the processes and mechanisms to avoid smuggling.
It's going to be the biggest challenge, smuggling.
It's going to be a huge challenge.
Smuggling.
And secondly, I have another issue. And look, the downstream gold sector, there are so many activities that go on. Apart from the production, small scale miners, producing the gold and extracting gold. There is another subsector called mine support services. As far as small scale mining goes, it's strictly for Ghanaians. In fact, we amended the Minerals and Mining Act in 2019 to criminalize non-Ghanaians participating in the provision of mine support services. Now, Gold Board has RGBM. And as it stands now, yes, no Ghanaian can provide mine support services to small scale miners. Gold Board don't because almost better tractors, tipper trucks, excavators, and the rest, put them in a pool and provide to small scale miners, any artisanal miners. That means Nkrofo are not mine support services to small scale miners. So how is Gold Board going to manage this? How are they going to get Nkrofo and Kanino how are they going to get them not to lose out? Because if now it is the board that is going to be providing Jumana, they'll be losing their jobs. How is Gold Board going to manage issue? So
it's a really issue.
No, it's not a joke. And when Honorable said they looked at the bill and the memorandum that are completed one by one, look, well, but I would have expected, say, some.
Or my mate may correct this misrepresentation. Say, Ghana Nibia interim provided a mining support services.
Minkasa Ghana Nibia.
Was it Yaje and Unsuina added about Gold Board?
Yes, because Gold Board is going to provide the equipment.
They are going to provide mine as part of their mandate, but that doesn't stop anybody else.
No, I listen to the CEO. No, I listen to the CEO.
Is that okay?
Let's put it this way. If you are an artisanal miner, small scale miner, procuring your equipment, procuring whatever you use to company normally, what has that got to do with the Gold Board.
Gold Board now says they are going to do that.
You cannot.
Yeah, I listen to some media.
No, once you are licensed, what they're going to do, in addition to omo to make one say, Gold Board na ankasa no, ebe support to ahwe aboa sustainable mining. So it's additional support. If you have the financial wherewithal, exactly. Once you are licensed,
all of them have the wherewithal to procure the equipment. But the CEO said,
you see, the mining itself, the mining itself is not under Gold Board.
No, I'm not saying
it is the trading.
And that is why I have a problem with they saying that now they are going to provide mine support services. That's the issue.
The license to mine.
I'm not talking. We are not talking about this. The license to mine
and mining.
They are two different things.
No, they are
different things.
So Gold Board
now
Gold Board they are purely on trading.
Exactly.
Now, no, it's beyond. Their mandate goes beyond trading.
No.
Look, if you look at the original, the precious minerals
PLC.
No, it used to be corporation. That, of course, when the incorporation law in 2000 said they should go to the mandate stayed the same. Their job was to do assaying, grading, and then value addition and the rest of that. Licensing of they could license others to buy gold, not to export. Now, Gold Board has added some other functions, and one of it, Enunana Mekan Wasem said, if you are taking on that extra mandate and that extra responsibility, it becomes a problem. Now, almost they are going to, in fact, then the wording they even use is that they are going to create a pooling system of equipment, whereby on better equipment, they will be in a pool, then the miners can access. And the reason is that they can now put trackers on them to avoid people doing irresponsible mining. What is here?
My one here clarification. It is like, in fact, they say, tomato processing.
I have a transcription.
The main source of gold na free no. A small scale miners. It is a small scale.
It's also regulating all this.
Can you regulate it? And here support to bet more produce more for Gold Board to buy. 18-year Gold Board. No, there be a license you almost obey to me.
No, not license to mine. We're not talking about license to mine.
Operation. So what is wrong? And I made my analogy. You have tomato. You have tomato
commission that
then you have outgrower.
It's actually the minister who gives the license to go and mine.
Support to produce tomato for your factory.
You see, if you are saying, say, oh, yeah, but Toby, now is your upa warranty and so on. It's different from we are trying to curb irresponsible mining. So we are creating an equipment pooling system. What is here? Yeah, and I say I have a transcription of the CEO's comments on this platform. This is Asempa. He didn't miss words. Or see, said they can monitor the workings of these small scale miners in a responsible manner. No?
You agree to that?
You have to come and get their equipment from
Nothing stops in the company.
You are not the CEO. I'm speaking to what the CEO said.
We've also got briefing on the matter.
Okay.
So are you suggesting that no small scale mining company can operate unless Gold Board machines operate?
That's the impression that was created.
That is not.
And then what is the point?
What man coin? I'm an So the principle is that where you disagree.
So if so let me even go by his logic. So if the small scale miners are still going to procure their equipment, then what is the Gold Board? What is their business in getting such equipment?
They are going to regulate it.
With which power? They don't have such regulation powers.
They don't regulate the operation.
No, if you are saying, say, they are still at liberty
to buy,
to procure their own services, whether through mine support service providers and they are still at liberty to use their own equipment. Then what is the point? What is the business of the Gold Board buying such equipment?
That is why I said
no. But what is their business? Already they have
those,
they know where they get those
capacity.
It's a rhetorical question. What I say? Because already they've shown capacity. But Nientia, the Gold Board felt there is a need for them to do that is to ensure responsible mining. That's at least the argument that was advanced. And what I'm saying is that is another subsector. And they are licensed by Minerals Commission to do that job.
Yeah.
Now, if Gold Board is doing that, it means Gold Board would have to also go and get mine support services license to be able to even do that. What you must hear? Unless they are saying, say, they are ashamed, say, we are going to do that until we don't even need a license because it's part of the law. And I'm saying, say, Sangrove, no, we see there be a sanity. Now, they are still free to go and procure their excavators. Then what business does Gold Board have going to get them those equipment? And now they just want to waste money.
But Gold Board, you more mandate in more procure.
But they will.
Where that support is required. That is why I said.
So are you saying, say, once that is not part of their core business, why are they engaging in it? They should stop.
No, I mean because they want people to produce the gold in quantities they want.
Which
They don't conclude there for him. That is how he feels that it's going to happen.
No, that is what they have said.
The case.
So I just asked him a question.
Land number.
You see, I just asked him a simple question. So if the small scale miners, artisanal miners, don't even use this equipment. Ideally, and technically, they should not be using this equipment. Only a hoe and axe small scale miners, they use this equipment. If we are saying, say, they still are at liberty to engage the services of mine support service providers. Gold Board does not have any business providing pooling because it will amount to waste of money. Because already without you, they know where they can. There are people. Look, it's a business. There are people with money, with capital. They can invest in getting the equipment, and then either lease them to these small scale miners or rent them out to them on daily basis, whatever the situation may be. But Gold Board is saying, say, that does not allow for responsible mining. Until Omankasa Ekoto equipment. Who see there be any son or Mokai? Now, they are free to go and procure. So, if they are still free to go to the market and get these things, if Gold Board wants more, now that people know that, look, there is only one buyer, and that amount for a producing more, they will get somebody ready market to buy. Yeah. People will invest in equipment to lease to these entities.
Okay, so
I have a simple matter. Is it just as Gold Board, just as you were a Cocoa Board? I think they are trying to. The law is, to an extent, trying to pick the arrangement we had with Cocoa Board. Here, the question I ask is that, first of all, must say, yes, CV, national resource, which is the gold, so that say, a single entity would ensure, say, at least Ghana is not shortchanged. Question I may be saying, say, what are we doing with regards to the illegal mining that is going on first? Gold Board has no business in there. Where Gold Board is supposed to work is with small scale miners, if I understand what the law says. And if that is what the case is, what support are small scale miners here? And what is the arrangement between them and the Gold Board? So that after the proceeds are gotten, then it comes to Gold Board, and then from Gold Board, they'll be able to say, yen and etimato. Na yen so na ebetima de akoton ama amanone at the foreign exchange.
Exactly.
The question I want to ask is, which Atik was actually trying to, address. You say, Sikana yede kotoma equipment, companies ben identify or move through the law. Say nipa he company benny any omo be delay. Then based on this, arrangement any gold in na emfa e buy and chain. Na Ghana will not be shortchanged. So I'm saying that we need to be able to have the monitoring and evaluation of the work of the Gold Board.
Exactly.
Taken seriously. Let's say let's say yako pass mra. And manager say Gold Board and equipment and identify some small scale miners. Rightly so, to deal with them and then move on. I am telling you, say that smuggling and illegality will never cease. Because first of all, we have not made attempts to address the galamsey or the illegal mining.
Information that will help you a lot.
No, I know. We have not made a lot of your friends efforts to address this illegality. What's our system?
The information address the information on the say. Obia your license so say to go to
I'm reading the act into
exactly.
You see, Obia your license on the say on to go do no. You have to source for registered small scale miner. And it say it is a our license to buy gold.
This
for gold ball. Now free galamsey site were violating the license. Conditions of the license.
No, only some mineral rights holders also
who are illegally, it will be very difficult for you in the first place even to sell, because all those who will be buying have been licensed, and the condition of their license they have to buy from responsible miners.
Yes. So not just leasehold, not mineral right holders, but responsible miners. And I think that's very important.
I'll read the act and then
which is good.
You can read the entire act.
No, some portions are relevant for this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, then we can have a proper conversation around it. The other matters as well. I'll be right back after this.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan MP, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. Keep promise.
William,
Fifth.
in your mama money, someone from Chiba no Wabutrino. 2 weeks in a fay and then your man aqua. Dear Yammy Akran said, in no woman in dying cabin. So what does it come? Make sure my shipping company is a pa. I'm when you say no.
Not anyone used to Tridol Express.
I mean, see, I'm on Kayo.
Tridol Express, dear. What do you near my money? Acha, 3 to 5 days now. Someone did near my money. That's 7 days a go through with the essay Kudura, office or Kodusika. Woman,
sir.
Tridol. One more faster, papa. One more upper. Which with the monitor who be your near money drew. Ejimako, near crank, you never percent near my common on near. Tridol ania differ. And it was so full. Sarah, you bet me a Joe near my fiaman on near April. You can put your passion at Charlie 3 days. For Tridol was 0535 195 353. WhatsApp 0535 195 354.
LPG I am from a jar and hotse nanso se ehobeti ama wo age se wo de adi dwuma yi ansa na wo beso wo gya no hwea na hwe se mframaja ho nka biara enje ho se wo te mframaja ho mpampa na buebue apono ne mpoma no nyina eba ne saa a menso ana menum biara edi enyina mahoden eye adwuma dundum eja biara a waso wo ho na frɛ onimdifo mano mmehwɛ mawo fasamina nsuogu mframaja tontruwa no ano se wo hu ahuro a naturally se etue am ta ehwɛ se droban na etwe mframaja no hu ntue na ta sesa droban no acha preko mfie mienu biara echi hwɛ se abri biara a wo be soja no wo be pa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove hwɛ se mframaja ne ho asode no adum abri biara a wo mfandi dwuma biara nkratoa yi efri National Petroleum Authority aswe.
Emma, what are you watching? Only the best thing ever. Because these holidays, the joy never stops. Picture this. The home is filled with low moments.
How did you say?
And intense drama from local shows. The docus are just mind-blowing. And man, oh man, is the sports off the chain. I'm talking Serie A, Premier League, UEFA Europa League, FA Cup, and even WWE.
I could do this all day.
Even the kids are hooked up with adventures and fun learning. And the reality you don't want to miss. So stay connected to entertainment anywhere with GoTV Stream or enjoy it at home these holidays. GoTV, love it.
LPG, I am from a jar and hotse. Nanso se ehubeti amawa agise wudi edi dwuma yie. Ansa na wo beso wujan. Hwea, na hwe se mframeja ho nka biara enje ho. Se wote mframeja ho mpampa na buebue apono ne mpoma no nyina. Eba ne saa a menso ana me enum biara edi enyina mahoden eye adwuma. Dundum eja biara a waso wo ho. Na frɛ onimdifo mano mmehwe mawo. Fa semina nsuogu mframeja tontruwa no ano. Se wuhu ehuro a naturally se etue am. Ta ehwe se droban na etwe mframeja no hu ntue. Na ta sesa droban no acha preko mfie mienu biara echi. Hwe se abri biara wo be soja no wo be pa wo matches ansa na waso wo stove. Hwe se mframeja ne ho asode no adum abri biara wo mfandi dwuma biara. Nkratuo yi every National Petroleum Authority aswe.
Etie ha Colgate wobutaye bi se wobema yense nam enya apomodin na yense enya ahoɔden ani wo ku nenim na wo yensisemu eye bibia eye adekese Colgate about the amamremu abodiemu in abaya wodi Colgate nyansa hunu abomu aye ebema yense nam apomodin ni yense ahoɔden na o Syrian kechi.
So Colgate have a full production and
what can you hear Bekano?
FDA adie dwedwe kato yato. Serafree from a chirebe Jana full of Pigu na Benimo. Our fans pebble 78,000 and our El Estadio Santiago Bernabeu. Arsenal Cupia Real Madrid Tico. Another 15 times European champions will be to a comeback and Arsenal we need 3-0 in the first leg. Now so see Real Madrid versus Arsenal. UEFA Champions League quarter-final second leg. Asempa 94.7 FM and Atom 106.3 FM. The live commentary, bro. Yawa Bonte. Share our rooftop lounge. Our HR residence. San Suman exhibition. I want the live commentary be fair, bro. 7 p.m. Real Madrid versus Arsenal live commentary. Atom FM, Asempa FM. So now 2-in-1. I want to launch Asempa FM UCF Fanti. Beba so 31st May. No. Wednesday 16th February. Rooftop lounge. Our HR residence. San Suman exhibition. Real Madrid versus Arsenal. Live commentary. You make question. Soccer bet. TCL and a DSTV.
Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What I say, what carry I want it. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What I say, what carry I want it.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
We are back.
Land on the issue of the goal board quickly.
I'm about to read, but okay.
No, I'm just rubbing in less than 3 minutes. And Professor Babu Watson or Dubai Maminchan and Navy. You see, when you have good professors, you are always in short. OBBI, your professors are watching and listening. You know, you see, Prof, you know, maybe I think I have his permission to say it. Prof, the Nigerian is you know, market dynamics like, and market structures like monopolies and perfect competitive markets. Or no, obviously in reality, these are extremes, you know. Until we should be guided by the facts that in the real world, sometimes these are just extremes. Now, there is a problem Goldboard is seeking to solve. What is here? And I agree with the problem that they have discovered. And I think say we are not earning as much as we should be earning from gold. It's a fundamental problem. And given that gold is our mainstay, no, we need to optimize our earnings from that. Very important. The question is gold board the solution? Some of the views say maybe because this is the beginning there would be issues, and so let's see how it goes. I'm inclined to side with the view say, well, there are teething issues, there are fundamental issues, but maybe as the implementation goes, we can correct some of these problems. Now, my fear, and it will come back to this idea of sole buyer, sole exporter, and the idea of guaranteed pricing. Gold board is not seeking just to be the sole exporter, so that what was there, some of these exporters were non-Ghanaians. The law says omuton reporting and actually repatriate the earnings to Ghana within a certain time frame. In fact, in 2021 and 22 thereabout, 2018 or 2017, at the time the former treasurer of MPP Nana Eye CEO, no, former MP for Adenta, kindly. Yes, I'm from currency. Sikabi UI, they couldn't trace it. Was in hundreds of millions of dollars. They couldn't even trace it because Sikano Koeno, exporters in the Koeno, they didn't report the money back, and it was difficult to trace it. Bank of Ghana complained and so on. Until these are problems, Mijidi said Gold Board is seeking to solve. However, also Gold Board is seeking to do two things. First, increase government earnings, make sure that Sikana Elkoni in Abeba back to help stabilize the currency, and secondly, to also make money or get some revenue for government. Now, how is government, Gold Board going to get the revenue? Revenue said they are going to rely on spread in the trade. Say whatever price they buy from the producers here is going to be a little less compared to the market price. So the difference or the spread is what comes to government as revenue. Now my worry is, since this is a gold, this is a value and volume business, so smuggling now you the right volumes now because of guaranteed pricing, it might also affect that object of your kind of saying Gold Board. Until say whatever effort there is, and now whatever effort we can put into ensuring we minimize smuggling, and so that at the end of the day,
that work should have been done first.
But I don't know, maybe make us say that should have been done most first. Important thing because
it's fundamental.
So what I say, and no,
it's a major problem, especially when your revenues are going to be based on the guaranteed price, and then the spread you are going to get when you sell it.
Stop smuggling of
cocoa.
They can't.
No, and I'm saying that we should make efforts.
Maybe this is a good time.
Well,
this is a good time.
It's a good intention, though. But of course, the start for me is problematic.
No, rational. So you see, this for me calls into question the commitment of the security services. Agencies, to some of these things. Look, this is the time. There should be some task force purposely dedicated to maybe gold and cocoa. Or training and say stop smuggling of gold and cocoa. Who will border honum now? Border patrols. And it will be costly, but I think it is worth doing. The fear also entertained is you can invest all the money in training, buying equipment. Once you become acclimatized, to say yet the young growth they become part of the game.
So
apart from it's a major
we need
problem.
To talk about the Boku. People are sending a lot of live videos.
It's sad. It's becoming
media. Just like, I share the view of Professor Barboatin said, because of the relevance of the problem and what Gold Board is seeking to do, maybe we should allow the implementation and correct or deal with the problems as we go along.
But that has been the best option as we speak now, because as it stands now, we are we need to work on those things.
You get some of them as you implement. So we should be ready. And I'm happy in the act, there's provision for biannual meetings. Does that make sense? Twice in a year, meetings to report on the workings of the Gold Board. I think that was some smart thinking, so that we can get some of the problems and suggest solutions. No, I think they have a mechanism. And they'll be reporting to Parliament and reporting to us. So through our reporting system, where the challenges are. And of course, civil society, we are also going to be very actively involved in this process. Because where we think things are going wrong, we need to come in, media, civil society, draw their attention, and they should be willing and ready to listen.
Okay, so Kamal, just swiftly quick, because I'm getting a lot of videos here. Quite disturbing. I don't know.
Omanhene, Boku sense media. Obi biara oni Upper East no. I was born in Upper East, and I grew up in Upper East. And within the environs of Boku no, Krubia ni haminim. Tili, Binaba, Zebila, Binduri, Pusiga, Garu, Timpani, all those areas, Misiga, Boku. I've played around there. In fact, when you speak Kusal, I listen and I can understand you properly. When you speak Mampurli, the facts say me the Gumba ni no. Mampurli ni the Gbani, it is a Fanti and Asante. Until they are close, so we are together and we are one. But see, what many do not understand is that northern part ni nyina no, e kamia say nyina one family. Apart from Gonjesa, sebi omuye Gwans. But offer Mampusis, Dagombes, Frafres, Kusasis, we are all from the Muli Degbani and Efer clan. All of us. This Sebi, Omo Muye a friend is saying, Wangara Fono, and no free Mali. Ebaye, Ekotina Kentampu at the last of Fanny Nama Fono. They are almost out. But your mama came now, Musi for Kusasi for, Dagomba for, Yenina, we are like one family. But see, there is historical antecedent to the whole this matter. And why I'm here is about history now. O kana ha obi our interest in that matter no fit say what take sides. Meanwhile, historical facts now obefa. You see, I've asked myself several times, say, what is stopping the law courts from using the chieftaincy channel to establish exactly what actually the customary laws of who is a chief and who is no chief says, and where we are today, what can they do to solve it? I am happy the president has actually brought in the Otufo. And then, of course, when Otufo took the matter of the Dagbang issue, I'm happy at the end of it, results. But when beyond that,
we know
the Dagbang issue had to do with Dagombe Sankasa. Mohinianu Mudini saying, it was quite an easy channel for whoever is a mediator. But this has to do with tribe way Ejinaha. Another tribe way to Ejinaha. Na tribe way claim say, ye ena sebi ahemfono ana ahinieno eyedia. Na way to claim say me ena el say media. It's also another different channel. That Dagbang crisis or conflict, is completely different from the Boku issue. Why we name conflict resolution and management chieftaincy in the northern part, you cannot compare what happened in the Dagbang crisis to what is happening today. But you see, I think that this has to do more with political solution than leaving it to only the chiefs.
Political solution.
Yes. Let me come why I say political solution. Unse mashada abubo kru no. Binduri na yaka say yaku police for menu enre ya. Binduri no ko duru ha, we dem mfa ncheme. Enshada nya kro kese bia sa o.
Enye kura eso.
Sa. That's the point. And why am I say it's political solution ayen kebetima ba? Say it me ehye security mu enkena. Ye papa. You see when you take Binduri, drive from towards Binduri because free Boku, you come to Boku Secondary School. From Boku Secondary School, Kwabena over Binduri. It's close to Boku anyway. Then from there you drive and Chebiano over Zebila. From Zebila to Tili, from Zebila Tili no, you try now with Upper East. So it is not so much of a stretch. And I'm saying that if we are committed, the question I want to ask national security, what is the budget for Boku's crisis?
Why interested in budget?
I'm interested in budget. No, you know why I'm interested in budget? Let me make this point. I'm interested in budget because I listened to the member of parliament for Boku the last time, before they came to power, Honorable Mama Yerga, saying that a lot is expended in that regard. And what has come out of it is true. That's why I'm raising the budget. So I'm saying that it means that political decisions to take to ensure that how many men should be stationed around that stretch of Binduri to Zebilena Americano. Do we even need a police depot around there? If we do, let's think about it. A political decision. And how many police people, if we need to augment? You see, IGP spoke about, say, well, his solution was the youth to the youth of Boku, but I am not just for that. I am for, if there is supposed to be recruitment, should we do special recruitment with special numbers dedicated to a depot around the Boku enclave? And I have an answer to it, which is yes. But look at police citizen ratio. The UN standard talks about 500 to one policeman.
Inadequate security
exactly.
Numbers.
500 to one policeman.
Because maybe
I don't think it's a problem.
No, I am not. I'm saying that, look, police who control police are political.
But the issue...
The military, the issue, that mediation is going on. But I'm saying that if to ensure say, security, you need security personnel to be beefed up. That's one. You need facilities that will keep them there to be around. You need the weapons that they may need to ensure that they control. And also, look, let me tell you, this Boku crisis issue, you would see people who are not policemen having sophisticated weapons than even the military men and soldier men, policemen who are there. But what is government doing about it? I'm not saying go and kill anybody, but I'm saying that, look, your presence must be pronounced. And once your presence is pronounced, and then you strategically put things right, and then know, say, this is the map of the area, control way more, it is okay. Look, let me tell you, you go to China, big city like Nanjing, the entire Nanjing, a small room in your friend is saying, like Asempa, for instance, studio like this, someone is sitting there, an officer here, an officer here, an officer, watching the entire city. Who the pin cry to her, and it is untoward that Umbecho was a see on my phone. So that's the point I'm making. So what have we done in getting consultants to ensure that we can monitor this entire place so that anything that is supposed to come up, so the Boku issue, aside the chieftaincy discussions I ever caused through, and which Atunfo and Co are doing, which I support.
Asempa FM.
The government of the day, and in fact, not only the government of the day, even political parties, our pronouncements, our way of handling matters around that area should be devoid of satisfying our interest. And then, why are Kusasis up in arms against the current government? They felt that prior to the election, some comments were made by people who were campaigning and gave them hope. Today, that hope they were given is not seen. For that matter, let's rise up against the current government. One would have thought that, yes, if Yemfane say it is deemed to mean, say, NDC as a Portokusasi for no, then Mahama Ayerge's house would not be a target by anybody. Then in Pusiga, which is predominantly Kusasis, there would not be attacks there. In Garu, there wouldn't have been attacks. But people have been killed in Garu. People are killed in Minduri. So I'm saying that our pronouncements as political parties, government commitment to ensuring that all proper work is done, so that at least they are able to indeed map up a strategy and provide whatever is supposed to be provided. Whether men and facilities do it, then of course, in the tentative, Yatima provided fees and your piece. Then going forward, the chieftaincy matter will be resolved. How can the chieftaincy matter be resolved? We wouldn't jump the gun by telling the His Majesty what to do. Meaning say Omasha say your meetings, but Obia him history no. Obia him how things go.
Asempa FM.
Why anybody accept to say me? Yes, I need the okay. I just chieftaincy no. Yeah, the amount of way. That would be difficult. The Kusasis will not say no. The Mampuses will not say no. What I say? So to end on this matter, Mestre Ajibreo. First of all, let government take a strong political decision in ensuring there is peace in that area and deal ruthlessly with whoever will say Penny. And be able to also get small arms, Commission of Small Arms and light weapons. What work are they doing to ensure that whatever proliferation of arms in that area, no, you bet me a solve this problem.
No of times are willingly Abana Akasawa who create to be an affair.
Oh, but will they do it?
But the number of times, almost every government attempt to do that.
Only the population of people in Boku, and even Upper Isina. The last time I checked, Upper Isina was not up to 500,000. You know, I'm not talking even Boku. So are you telling me that around Boku, Binduri, other areas are making market day and a good market day? I can go to Binaba and say, good market day. The entire people of Binaba, those from Zebila and whatever market day, no. Omunduru 50,000. That's even too much.
A prescription for us, the way forward.
So what can we do?
Boku.
Oh no.
I am saddened. I mean, me so na Boku was Boku. You know, Boku used to be a very lively town because a border town. No, it was a center of commerce
and a very good economic town. Yeah.
What is here? But in Tokonama, Boku has become a ghost town and a hydrogen. I mean, people from Gambaga for Ekodijo or Hobabak. But Cizia is become like a ghost town and a hydrogen. Oh yes, and in India, I usually find it a bit troubling when politicians wade into tribal and ethnic conflicts. There's nothing to profit from tribal from ethnic conflicts. But as the politicians, no area is out of bounds for them. Omo propose na baby ombeko any baby zombeka
onya vote ni bia
na ve na no ho abekire no what you say. And I think politicians are not learning. For me, this conflict started as a political problem. There's only a political solution that can end it. It started as a political problem. This issue started in the days of Nkrumah and we festered and me, the first suggestion I would like to make is that politicians should refrain from making comments about ethnic conflicts, giving assurances to one side to the conflict.
How will they?
It doesn't profit anybody, it doesn't help anybody. Because we as Hana, at the end of the day, when reality stares you in the face, now we say, I want to be say, and that forms are. Until first, politicians must begin to desist from that. And I also know politicians who profit from it. And today, for them, it is in their interest to see this, go on unabated. Almost, it's about time we found them out and then called them out. Politicians be say, hey, that's how they survive. And we need to start pointing fingers at those people and calling them out. The other issue is peace. It should be seen as a shared desire. Both sides must be willing to have peace. And Mijidi said, because of near Akosu over the period, both Mamprisis and Kusasi they want their lives to be normal again. But there is a fundamental problem. What is the cause of the conflict? And look, we've not been able to find the right answer to the question of what is the cause of the conflict. It is about who is supposed to be the rightful chief of Boku. That is the bottom line. Should it be Kusasi for who? Why muna ese omudi hini wo Boku? Enuni asem no. Should it be Mamprisi for and Akusasi for? Why muna ne di? Look, I think Adi. Yes, a bekanu krea.
The dicey situation.
It's a very dicey because who started can hear what you know about it. Those days how you are taking a side.
And it's dangerous.
And I mean, you sound like you are taking a side.
Yes.
But it should not be about taking sides or telling what you know about the history of the conflict and the history of the town. The most important thing is that both parties to the conflict should appreciate, there is a need for peace, and that asumje nebebua both sides. Politicians, look, and that is why politicians must also stay away from taking sides. By the things you say and by the actions, and by their actions. You see, I don't want to rehash some of the things that were said during the campaign. They were absolutely objectionable. Giving one side the feeling, say, by your estimation, omuna eso muye ahimfo, and that who ba obemo mutumi. And the claim also ni say, oh, eduyanya ya pensu de ntoko biensi, but ebimu ba na ntokwa AC. Once you create that impression, na nyami adum na obeye mampanyina, when issues come, you are disabled from dealing with the issues because already when the can kaza who happens to the ntoko biensi. That's why I kept saying, say, politicians must desist from ethnic conflicts by the things they say and by their actions. Now, IGP so, boy, Madam Fupa, IGP Teteyon, Christian Teteyon, but near SC, I mean, his visit to Boku, to a very large extent, Ankoyi, his utterances were out of place. His choice of visitations and all that.
Asempa FM. But now we need ground, so do you know heater?
How do you mean by into heating a man can cocaine?
No, me just say every beer near Sema how can come out.
And you are visually reinforcing the mechanic until in circumstances the man cocaine or cayenne. Circumstances the man cocaine or cayenne. No circumstance is justifiable enough. No, but his job was, if I were in a position to advise, Ukwa meets the two sides.
That's a danger.
No, there's no danger. No,
presidents even go and do not go to the two sides,
which is wrong because you give certain impressions.
And easy.
Oh, the security agency and easy. I mean, what you say? If the whole IG
in conflict management, the security agency
no, in conflict management, you should be seen by the warring and our feeding parties to be fair. That's it. But you go to one side and you make certain pronouncements. To the effect, I say, yeah, recruitment, they'll be giving special dispensation. What are you telling the other side? He's a fine, fantastic policeman by all standards.
Fair to the IGP. He didn't say, he's saying he will give special dispensation was to the youth of Boku, not specifically saying,
you go to a certain chief
prioritizing them if they condition.
You see, that doesn't even.
So, would you say one-sided conversation was not good?
That is visiting one side and making these pronouncements. What do you think the interpretation of the other side is going to be? You might have said Boku youth, but you were saying it in front of a certain faction, the Boku youth and now the youth of Boku. But you were saying it in front of a certain group, one of the parties. And now we know so one he didn't go to the other side. What is here? And if I'm on the other side, what do you think my interpretation is going to be? He could have meant well. But people in conflict situations interpret things differently. And secondly, secondly, one will say there was a release, and that release, was if I'm a mediator, I'm a likely mediator, and already my utterances suggest I've concluded the matter. You refer to one of the chiefs as the overlord of the town.
You have concluded.
And that's why I kept on talking about the problem and at the cause of the conflict. So if you are a mediator and you are not fully aware and you are not, mindful of some of these things that led to the conflict and that have led to the conflict, now then you describe one as the over. Already the other side feels, as far as you are concerned, what was here? So they also take a certain entrenched position. Until my information is that the IGP's car was even attacked. What is here? Because it gives a certain impression, say, you've taken a side. Until the others would want to resist. Until it's a delicate situation. But like I said, Papayas is here, other small arms proliferate, for example.
Is it Bona?
This is the time for him to. Anyway,
Bona.
I was going to ask where he comes from, but
he's from Upper West.
Very
Bona
good.
is from. He's a good friend.
Very good. So that you know, because sometimes where you come from is also very important. So if he's coming from Upper West, that is very good. This is a time for his outfit to intensify the campaign to retrieve small arms. Even though more arms in there, yes, small. Yes, small arms. But at least it's a good start.
Now, Omanhene, fact this important thing na omunhu. Unse Boku no cosmopolitan. And Shada yes a Mamprusi Kusasio.
Kusasi are not even the majority.
We have the Yanses, we have the Moses, we have the Busangas.
Busangas are in the majority.
There are many. And the sad aspect of this conflict is that, to a large extent,
everybody has taken his side.
They have all the Yanses and the whatever also taken sides.
People have taken.
Also,
they've all taken sides, and that's what makes it
mediating. No, one share let's say one share all these tribes and their opinion leaders, and now when I wrote to only Mampusi Kusasia, you will not get it right.
Because at the end of the day, so these are two major.
Yes.
As far as Boku goes, these are the two major tribes. Now, and these are the two feuding factions. But there are other tribes. Aguma for war, Hausa for war, Musi for war. In fact, Musi for Krados, Busanga for war. Pusika is not a town for Kusasis or Mamprusis. And Busanga for Krum. Now, so Untokano Esi or
Misiga, all those and all that. They are all Busangas.
What is here? So the conflict has actually. The roots have so many. It's no longer two roots.
Okay, so Honorable Chair, just a quick one on this matter now.
No, I mean, we are now. Honorable Chair.
He's been called for duty.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I think this particular matter, like I say, more feel that part, you may know more than I do. But we share the security implication on the nation Ghana.
The cost to us.
Very well, and the cost. And apart that the audio beach or mine. Say a good number of people, even parents are or monso air complaints or mama police could do what or monso down because they say not only the citizens are victims of the situation, security agencies to the extent that if the IGP himself was attacked, it means nobody is safe. And innocent people, who they see could be attacked. So, and yet localized situation, it can be, escalate to other parts of the country. So all stakeholders, you better approach this matter with all the seriousness and the attention it deserves. Now, the feuding factions, and also one thing I want to plead on my knees, and they say, resolving issues like this, everybody has to give out something. Otherwise, so be a techie and trying position, insisting on their rights, we will not have resolution. It will be a giving up something so that we can have peaceful resolution. In fact, upper west, upper Boku, upper east, Boku enclave. Very beautiful place. Meta ko invite year bia manko ha be ko be 2-3 times. In fact, as when I was director of public affairs in Yani Technical University, I was doing a lot of outreach. Boku Technical, Boku Secondary. So that area, a very, very beautiful place. The ye baby sa sungwie ba na international trade koswa impuntu ebeba ohono. But there cannot be any meaningful development when there is no peace. Into all feuding factions, entrance and to say the politicians, we have to be very, very measured. At this point, it is very important say key stakeholders in key sites na more utun for the benefit. Say obituary resolve. We've all alluded to the complexity of the situation, but I think the feuding factions, a better resolution.
With the honorable by Mumafa suggestion when come. Omanhene John Dramani Mahama. Special situations need special attention. In my view.
What does it mean?
Yes, I'm saying this because you were Minister for Interior there. So we through a council on your peace sometime in conflict resolution. Yeah, well, national security, I agree. Just as we found it prudent to internationally appoint somebody in charge of Sahel, in my view, the president of the Republic of Ghana, aside begging our fathers Otunfo and the rest to do it, political decisions, there must be a special person actually in charge. Uniquely for Boku to report to chieftaincy minister. What do you think? No. Why?
You see, when you are,
it's a suggestion.
Why is it a suggestion?
No, I agree to say it's a suggestion. But if you have all these security agencies,
yes,
now they are consigning their responsibilities to just one man. If all these are even finding it difficult, and you see the tendency for the person to be stigmatized is for A or B is very high. And once that happens, we are back to square zero.
Why? What? You think so?
So prescription for a solution is
you cannot have somebody for an expert in conflict resolution who has no business in anything.
But the foundation,
of course they can
but the foundation you just laid is so slippery.
I'm telling you, it can easily boomerang in our faces.
Why is it slippery?
So the bottom line is let us all be committed to peace.
Anyway.
Yes.
They are committed to peace.
Let us
we said this
once.
Politicians stay away from.
I think that President Mahama has made an emphatic statement just yesterday. He was talking about the need for all stakeholders to work expeditiously to help resolve this conflict. Resources.
If you go there and tell them you create a region,
that is the problem.
You do whatever.
That was the beginning of the problem.
So hope,
when the things that were said during the campaign.
I think these are some of the things. If we go back and make references to these issues, we cannot. So let us look at the way forward.
Because some of the things that were said, they were volatile.
No, but I think that is why I said
that you deserve to be the ruler.
Let's manage it.
When people go back and also make references, what some people said 8 years ago. But let us draw a line. That we all want peace. What is the way forward? In fact,
there is a certain solution, but that solution, I don't know if it is feasible.
If we keep making references,
power alternation, but I'm not sure either.
Power alternation,
they won't accept.
People revere their culture.
No, that one is. I agree. That one there.
Okay, so we have some few minutes to wrap up. Honorable Emewako.
Yeah, me can say yenya moa na yenya asundwe ewo ho. Ne kura no mintumi mfiri ha abra men can be being for feed Ghana no just 2 minutes.
Hey, feed Ghana. Oh,
let's come and continue planning for food and jobs. You won't do.
Menkasa.
I got topics.
Come and continue with planting for food and jobs.
Menkasa. No, Your Excellency.
Feed Ghana.
Planting for food and jobs. Planting for food and jobs. Let me give you figures. After 8 years of planting for food and jobs, food inflation is above 22%. After 8 years,
that is the measurement.
Yes, after 8 years,
you can do the comparison.
Importation of poultry, the produce or how we import about 90% of what we consume. Tomato, SSA, you produce or hano, you produce or hano. 73% of what we consume is imported. Name real figures. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture.
No problem.
The data is there. Because they're planting for food.
So this seems
so it means they're
feed
planting for
Ghana.
It was not well thought through.
So feed Ghana again.
It was not well thought through.
No, feed Ghana.
Feed Ghana is about to start. Feed Ghana. It's just about to start. The foundation has been laid.
No, because the one that went into Atupa program,
everybody knows
huge.
Planting for food and jobs has failed.
More outlining what goes into Feed Ghana for us.
Exactly.
Has it been outlined?
Oh yes.
That we know the details, then the focus.
It has been launched. Launched just Saturday. Launch it Saturday.
I would like
in the coming days. The details you're discussing extensively, but details has a lot of components.
What about check? Maybe I will defend you, but you see, we've seen all this.
A lot of components. No, normally,
are you to give to farmers?
Take very strong position defending something. Now I know the leadership involved in that particular policy. And I can bet on Honorable Boku, the leadership, the knowledge, experience, background, the passion, drive about agriculture. In fact, Ostatic and feed Ghana Asempa. It's not about good. That is, what I'm saying is
so let's be hopeful.
What I'm saying is
very hopeful that feed Ghana, Patrotobasi. Let's be hopeful that we say among folks you say be in India. We wish farmers. I'm sure the details will come up. So what's your problem?
I want to
it's been launched in
where they are from what the planting for food and jobs actually gave. The package. I'm telling you
offline. Then no quick away.
I haven't seen
but you've not seen the concept.
So Your Excellency, that is why so are you suggesting Your Excellency, I'm giving you figures, facts and figures, 8 years of planting for food, where we are. How do this is about to start. And then I want my benefit of the doubt. After a year or two, review. Now you say, are you successful and then you're successful?
But it's been launched, so you need to be privy to the
and the panel, so person, in fact, the land banks, government is now offer institutional ones. First, let me go to the game changer for secondary schools. All secondary schools are being supported with implements.
Oh, money,
oh, come on.
Okay, no.
Is too passionate.
I know.
Because you failed.
No, but that more.
Hey, no. But president to take you. You don't come to my rescue.
I think it's on the same wavelength.
But the president reiterated that schools, we are going to go back to these gardens.
American once a month.
If you that opportunity,
exactly
those things in everything.
And come to think of it,
positive a bit.
Come to think of it. In fact, even during our days in secondary school,
we are talking about mechanized agriculture. You are talking about backyard gardening.
No, that is the backyard is for individuals who BFA. Then we are setting.
Omanhene, we are talking about
mechanized. You understand the whole concept?
No. Let me tell you, why are they not ready to listen? You are talking about mechanized. Mechanized is part of it. You have one.
I think I'm surprised at
Obia backyard, people are encouraged to plant at their backyard to a vegetable.
But schools,
then we have institutions.
Yes.
We have institutions, schools, churches, and to the extent prison service. Boss, they are taking the lead. Said prison service, they are now going to plan to feed prisoners and get surplus for the market. Then we have the commercial ones are great for economic transformation. They say yes, set it up. A year mechanization center impulse. So areas you have all the implement to support those who want to go into commercial farming.
Approach, the individual, the institutions, and then the
large scale all have been catered for.
Yeah, we should.
And huge sums of money being sunk into it. And the best
that's why I was.
Then you know that Kukwan is also part.
No, poultry is very important.
No, poultry, we spend $400 million a year to import poultry.
And demand is ready.
And do you know, that is what I said, as we speak, your importation, consumption, your import about 90% of what we consume here. Is that the way we want to go?
That's always been the case.
That's why we want to change. That is why we want to change with Agri for economic transformation, supporting large-scale poultry farming, then encouraging individuals. Or my backyard, or my more. That was different. That policy was different.
Or the NTO at least they introduced the broiler project. You know, the NDC. I'm going to say broiler project, making sure that 60-40, where they were going to phase out gradually the importation of Nkoko.
Exactly.
It was under the watch of Dr. Louisa Hanabisiu.
What was the outcome?
Oh, clearly, but the next administration pushed it over.
And imagine.
Jefanko, Akati Farms, Dako Farms, Boris B. These were all people are beneficiaries of that boiler project.
The problem is why do they want to kill the thing? I mean, before arrival. Let's give benefit of the
Just one question.
Muamufi city on there one day we are all land na o henkup issue o won kokko be
useful
na about 20 square meters.
I'm interested in this.
Where do you tomato onion?
That's a thing when you say by the before Boku fear
an input like fertilizer.
The way I get the concept now.
Yes,
I thought it was just no, but
the 3 layers.
No, I think
what's the policy on fertilizer?
Policy on fertilizer.
What exactly? What are you doing?
We'll be supporting the farmers with the fertilizer because Mahama policy on fertilizer, there's so him that. Far back, it was given out free for cocoa farmers. That time for cocoa farmers. In fact, it is a elaborate plan. Do you know that here? As part of Feed Ghana, we also have a component called irrigation for wealth creation.
Look. Well, anyway,
you are not ready to listen. And I think give 1 year. And you see the result.
Okay, so I would see the result. You see, but this is the thing.
The fact that planting for food and jobs, and clearly with the data I'm giving, statistics I'm giving, after 8 years, it was a total failure. And we are learning from. We've also learned from shortcomings at Munyaye, and have addressed all these things with the Feed Ghana.
Total failure.
Hey.
But it's the truth. If you look at the amount of money we sank into planting for food and jobs, and the outcome. Yeah, go complain. Oh, yeah, go Chechima market.
But we brought a lot of food.
That was another joke.
But we brought a lot of food.
You see? Oh, and these are the outcome
of animals and all those.
Followed up. And also he has created millions of jobs. Or you for 1 acre, you multiply it by the number of fertilizers, and that's the number of people. That's what we. Can you imagine?
So, an similar one entry Feed Ghana.
They haven't told us that they have created jobs by that much.
This is a conscious one.
And when they also start giving us such ridiculous calculations,
after a year, after you see me, I always give benefit of the doubt. Let's run the program. When we meet here, 1 year, 6 months, we can start.
Stuttgart, I wish you well. I pray you be recognized by the president.
Is he on the agri subcommittee?
No, I'm on environment.
I pray I pray that he'll be recognized by the president. I can't 3 minutes. Deputy Minister of
committee will be making representations very often, so it's good you're
great. So we'll be talking. We'll be talking.
A potential deputy.
Let me say.
Oh no, but he will be a fantastic deputy agri. So many be there.
Let me say special good evening to the good people of Bricon West. I've got a lot of messages and they're all watching. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Cholo so call more than 3 times. Bekum West.
Where Ajinimbatin was?
Bekum West. What on that you know?
Ajinimbatin. Yeah.
Oh, he's a friend. Oh, hey, any.
Wapio.
No, I started in 2012. Yeah, so.
Almost together, that's it.
No, I
had So reserve your electricity tariff comment. We'll talk about that at an appropriate time.
Matse, Wadaruma, benevolent dictator.
Oh, I feel the idea.
Friend of Atupa.
That one was Akoto. Tops all. All right, so that's Your Excellency. Be the Oba the Competence and Senior Aduma China we are here. Thank you for your time. Yeah, that one also I'll on the wings of Dominic Isiaboa and the entire team. I say thank you once again. When you made it clear, China Ibishia.
Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante.